Chapter 613. Humph. I don't believe that the heavenly maiden can protect him for the rest of his life. Elder Jean snorted coldly and turned to leave. The former sect, Master Chang, Yueli also smiled, and then her figure disappeared from the cave abode. Ling Xiao didn't care about what happened outside. Ling Xiao, had never been afraid of any enemy. As long as you become incomparably strong, your enemy will naturally collapse. In the cave, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged. Originally, he could only use 2 Sword Soul avatars to cultivate, but now he can use 3. The first Sword Soul avatar continued to cultivate the Shadow Sword art. The second Sword Soul avatar continued to comprehend the 9 meridians Chi Sword. The third Sword Soul avatar continued to cultivate the 12 Golden Lotus arts. As for his main body, he put all his energy into the ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul inheritance. In the Mountain River world, a 4-petaled lotus flickered with golden light. With it, as the center, there were 9 bottomless pools. One of the pools had already melted and was as black as ink. From time to time, strange shadows could be seen inside. This was the ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul inheritance. The pool was very deep. According to the measurement of the Mountain River Martial Soul, it was estimated to be about 1,000 meters deep. However, the depth his soul power could reach was only about 100 meters. This was the extent of his understanding of the ancient hellish dragon Martial Soul inheritance. It was still too low. The golden lotus flickered, and a black dragon shadow gradually appeared on the first petal. This was the scene after combining the ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul and Wind Celestial Phenomenon. Now that the 12 Golden Lotus arts was already a Jade grade entry martial art, the Celestial Phenomenon power had to be strengthened again. Currently, he was strengthening the Wind Celestial Phenomenon that he had comprehended for the first time. After fusing with the Dragon Martial Soul, the feeling was completely different. In the Wind Celestial Phenomenon, there was actually a raging black wind that was quite terrifying. The overall power had also been greatly increased. 2 days later, Ling Xiao's Wind Celestial Phenomenon was completely strengthened. One could see that a black dragon shadow had appeared on one of the 4 petals of the lotus. It looked very strange and charming. Of course, this was only on the surface. What Ling Xiao wanted to do was to use the 12 Golden Lotus arts as a link. After that, he would be able to use the ancient Hell Dragon Martial Soul's power when he used any martial arts. At that time, no matter what martial arts he used, its power would be greatly increased. According to Ling Xiao's estimation, his Wind Celestial Phenomenon power was at least 10 times stronger than before. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, the 12 Golden Lotus arts had evolved into a Jade grade martial art. Its level had increased tremendously, and the power of Celestial Phenomenon had naturally increased as well. Secondly, the power of the Dragon's soul had been infused into it, greatly enhancing the power of Celestial Phenomenon. When the 2 were added together, it became very terrifying. After that, Ling Xiao tried to fuse the strengthened Wind Celestial Phenomenon with the Cloud Dragon Godly Walk and Golden Light Dragon Wings. Now, the improvement of Cloud Dragon Divine Travel was no longer based on other movement techniques. Instead, it required special energy. Wind Celestial Phenomenon was one of them. The strengthened Wind Celestial Phenomenon caused the Cloud Dragon Divine Walk to undergo a transformation. When Ling Xiao executed his movement technique, he was actually like a divine dragon that moved in a mysterious manner. His speed was also close to perfection. Finally, after the fusion, the Cloud Dragon Celestial Phenomenon evolved and became a Jade entry-level movement technique. Cloud Dragon Celestial Phenomenon. In the next 5 to 6 days, Ling Xiao focused all his energy on the fusion between the Hellfire True Yuan and the 12 Golden Lotus Arts. This was the key problem. He had to solve it first. It didn't take long. The True Yuan in Ling Xiao's 9 martial veins had completely transformed into Dragon Lotus True Yuan. The lotus-shaped True Yuan in his martial veins still existed, but a black dragon shadow appeared on it. When used, not only did its power increase greatly, it also had the destructive power of the dark flame of death. After the fusion, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that his True Yuan had merged with the Golden Lotus and the ancient Hell Dragon martial soul. As long as he touched the True Yuan, he could mobilize the power of the two. This feeling was really mysterious. After this, Ling Xiao spent another 6 days to strengthen the Thunder Celestial Phenomenon, Rain Celestial Phenomenon, and Lightning Celestial Phenomenon. During this period, he used up a lot of cultivation resources, including spirit stones, spirit fruits, and spirit pills. However, this was nothing. He had plenty of these things now. As long as he could complete the strengthening of the 4-petal lotus, he could continue to cultivate the 12 golden lotus arts and reach a higher realm. However, after the strengthening, he had an unexpected harvest. On that day, the mountain peak where Ling Xiao lived was covered by black clouds. During this time, one could even see a divine dragon flying in the sky, because Ling Xiao had broken through. Although this phenomenon only lasted for a moment, there were still people nearby who saw it. This kid actually broke through again and attracted such a terrifying phenomenon. I didn't expect the black dragon martial soul to be so terrifying. The flame deity stared at the rapidly disappearing phenomenon in the distance and felt a huge pressure. He felt that his disciple alone would no longer be able to stop Ling Xiao from becoming stronger. What happened next could only depend on himself. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao continued to improve like this, one day he would be completely surpassed by Ling Xiao. Senior brother Ling is really amazing. He's already at the 8th layer of the transcendent realm, yet his cultivation is still improving so quickly. I'm still far behind. Lung Hao, who was in seclusion, opened his eyes and looked at the phenomenon in the distance with great respect. From disdain to admiration, Lung Hao's attitude towards Ling Xiao had completely changed. In fact, it had only been a few months. And not bad. It seems that this kid really isn't arrogant. The Moon Maiden showed a gratified smile on her face. She had been worried that Ling Xiao would become arrogant and complacent because he had won first place in the Tower Ascension ceremony this time. But now, it seemed that she had been overthinking things. Not only had Ling Xiao not become arrogant and complacent, but he had also become more hard-working than before. This was understandable. The stronger one was the bigger the world they could see. On the contrary, it was those half-baked cultivators who always thought they were more powerful. Early 9th layer transcendent realm. This was Ling Xiao's current cultivation. He had once again broken through by leaps and bounds. If the 7th layer of the transcendent realm was a watershed, then the 9th layer of the transcendent realm was a realm where the transcendent realm underwent a qualitative change. From this realm onwards, many things would change. A person's vision would become broader, and their 9 martial veins would gradually begin to merge, developing in the direction of heaven veins. Not only that, but the true qi in one's body would also begin to exchange small amounts of energy with the outside world and participate in its circulation. Although it was only a small amount, it was a qualitative change. Chapter 615. After the pagoda ascension ceremony had ended, Ling Xiao had injured the former law enforcement hall's first seat Elder Jean outside the Moonlight Pagoda, and even killed the flame deity's new disciple Shin Tianlin in front of everyone in the sect. He was arrogant and cold, not placing the law enforcement hall in his eyes, and even the former sect master in his eyes. But unfortunately, no one could do anything to him. The current Yuehua School sect master and sect master Wu Xiang were his life and death brothers. The Moon Maiden with outstanding ability was his god-sister. The most unbelievable thing was that this fellow actually had the Moonlight Heavenly Grandmaster's help. That day when Grandmaster Grandma appeared, she had completely turned the situation around. Thinking of this, Dai Yuling was so agitated that she started to tremble. Even if she had followed Ling Xiao all the way from Sky Cloud City, she also felt that Ling Xiao was becoming more and more mysterious. Mysterious and powerful and wise. Senior Sister Yuling, congratulations! Suddenly, Dai Yuling's thoughts were broken by a voice. Ling Xiao descended from the sky, with a smile on his face. On the surface, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have anything special about him. But not knowing why, the moment Ling Xiao appeared, everyone present had an urge to kneel down on the ground. It was too scary. Was this still a 14-year-old young man? On seeing Ling Xiao, many of them felt ill at ease, because many of them had criticized Ling Xiao before the Moonlight Pagoda, and although they had been punished for it, they were still extremely worried. Ling Xiao was decisive in killing, and they were really afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly strike and kill all of them. Greetings to Senior Brother Ling. Not knowing who took the lead, close to 90% of the people present at the banquet all knelt down on the ground, trembling with fear as they shouted out in unison. On the contrary, Lung Hao and the rest who were usually on the best terms with Ling Xiao smiled as they walked over, totally not showing any signs of fear. This was because they understood Ling Xiao. They knew that Ling Xiao was not a person who would willfully slaughter the innocent, and he would not deal with someone for no reason. Everyone, get up. Today is Senior Sister Yuling's big day of advancement. Don't spoil the atmosphere. Ling Xiao only said a few words. It was as if there were springs attached to their feet. They jumped up one after another and returned to their seats obediently. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. Am I that scary? He was clearly quite handsome. How would he know? Although the matter of the Tower Ascension ceremony had been clarified, however, it was a fact that Ling Xiao had killed Bai Feifei and the others and eliminated them. It was normal for people to revere powerful people. It was the same reason why these people would tremble in fear when they encountered an expert like the Flame Deity. Senior Brother Ling, we also had our reasons for what happened before the Moonlight Pagoda. In order to survive and cultivate, we had no choice but to follow the crowd. I hope Senior Brother Ling can understand. Senior Brother Ling is the real number one genius of Yuehua School. Compared to you, that Ming Tian is not even worth mentioning. Perhaps it was because of the gentle smile on Ling Xiao's face that made many people let down their guard. Finally, someone mustered up the courage to flatter Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao had never been interested in flattery. In fact, he was even a little disgusted. All right, let's not talk about the past anymore. Ling Xiao waved his hand lightly. With his current realm, he could not be bothered to argue with these people. In any case, these people did not deserve to die. Ling Xiao, you came at the right time. Didn't sect leader Wu say that the core disciples are going to be reshuffled? You, me, Senior Brother Shangguanlei, and Senior Brother Zhao Shi can all choose any core disciple to challenge. However, this challenge must be done in a public place, and let everyone know. Dai Yuling finally had a chance to talk to Ling Xiao. Forget about me. Let's wait a little longer. Wait until I fully comprehend the black-winged rock martial spirit inheritance. I'm not qualified yet. Zhao Ji said with a wry smile. He had obtained the black-winged rock martial spirit and the spirit pills given by Ling Xiao. Now, his cultivation had reached the transcendent realm 6th layer, but compared to the core disciples, there was still a big gap. Among the current top 10 core disciples, Meng Yuan, who was ranked last, was at the middle stage of the transcendent realm 8th layer. Zhao Ji felt that if he wanted to challenge a core disciple, he should at least wait until his cultivation reached the transcendent realm 7th layer. Who's in 4th place now? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. The core disciple competition was actually just a participation in the 4-sex martial competition for him. So, as long as he could get 4th place, it would be enough. You run, Lan Yu said. All right, then it's him. When I have time, I'll go find him, Ling Xiao said after thinking for a moment. Hearing this, many people present were scared witless. Yu Run, who was ranked 4th among the top 10 core disciples, didn't seem worth mentioning in the eyes of this senior brother Ling Xiao. There are still 3 days before the core disciples are reshuffled. Do you want to cultivate for a few more days? Lan Yu asked worriedly. Lan Yu's cultivation had now broken through to the half-step heavenly venerable realm, and this was all thanks to the spirit fruits given by Ling Xiao. She had completely fallen out with her master, Chang Yueli. Although they were still master and disciple on the surface, they were actually strangers. The things her master had done were really too despicable. It's not worth it. As for you guys, are you satisfied with your current ranking? Ling Xiao said with a smile. What can I do if I'm not satisfied? Leng Hao asked doubtfully. Just now, I've already checked your situation. Your strength is not weak at the moment. It's just that there are some places where you've gone astray. How about this? In the next 3 days, I'll carry out intensive training for all of you. I'll strive to get a good ranking among the top 10 core disciples. Now, that Ling Xiao had broken through to the 9th level of the transcendent realm. His eyesight had become sharper. He knew that the Yuehua school was gradually unable to meet his requirements, so he might leave soon. Before he left, if he could help these people, then he would do so. What's more, it felt good to help his friends get a good ranking. Can I do it too? Zhao Ji asked in confusion. You're actually the easiest. This time, there are only 4 people who received the martial soul inheritance, and you're one of them. Ling Xiao nodded. In the next 3 days, Ling Xiao called Lan Yu, Dai Yuling, Shangguan Lei, Long Hao, and Zhao Ji to his mountain, and then trained them. 3 days later, the core disciples were reshuffled. They thought that the current ranking was probably fixed, but what shocked everyone in the sect was that Lan Yu chose to challenge by Feifei directly and won, taking back the 2nd place that originally belonged to her. However, on the same day, Ren Xingtian broke through to the celestial realm and was granted the identity of an inner sect elder, filling the vacancy caused by the flame deity's demotion. This made Lan Yu the 1st place of the top 10 core disciples. Before Bai Feifei could accept this failure, she was defeated by Tantai Lingzi, and her ranking dropped again. Chapter 6:16. After Bai Feifei was defeated by Tantai Lingzi, she was ranked 3rd. However, the nightmare did not end there. After that, Long Hao defeated Yu Ren and Bai Feifei in succession, and was promoted to 3rd place among the top 10 core disciples. This little brat's cultivation was only at the early stage of the transcendent realm 8th layer, but Bai Feifei was completely defeated, and the battle was settled within 100 moves. Dai Yuling directly challenged Yu Ren and won, but lost to Bai Feifei in 1 move. After all, she was not good at fighting. Being able to defeat Yu Ren and become 5th among the top 10 core disciples was not easy. Shangguan Lei defeated the insufferably arrogant genius Ming Tian and took 7th place. Ming Tian was 8th. Under Ling Zhao's guidance, Zhao Ji successfully obtained the result of ranking 9th among the top 10 core disciples. In just 3 days, it was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Meng Yuan was squeezed out of the top 10 core disciples and was furious. However, the top 10 core disciples' rankings were not stabilized because of this. because there was still one person who had not made a move, and that was Ling Xiao. One had to know that except for Lan Yu, the rest of the top 10 core disciples had either been defeated by Ling Xiao or had been trained by Ling Xiao. Once this terrifying guy made a move, who knew how big of a commotion it would cause? Because of this, many disciples in the sect were eagerly looking forward to Ling Xiao's move. They felt that once Ling Xiao made a move, it would definitely shake the world, and those who looked down on him would no longer dare to talk nonsense. Of course, there were also some people who felt that Ling Xiao was able to eliminate a few masters in the Moonlight Pagoda because of the terrain, and that this little brat had played a trick. Even now, some people still felt that the Moon Maiden had done something. What's more, some people even felt that Ling Xiao might be a descendant of the Moonlight Maiden. In the previous trial, the Moonlight Maiden had personally helped this little brat, which allowed Ling Xiao to achieve such amazing results. But whether they were optimistic about Ling Xiao or not, in the end, Ling Xiao would definitely make a move. Once he made a move, the situation would be very clear. Somewhere in Yuehua School, the former Supreme Headmaster Chang Yueli, the former head of the Law Enforcement Hall, Elder Jin, the Flame Deity, and the current head of the Law Enforcement Hall, Chang Yueying, were sitting around a round table. In the distance, a battle was taking place. On one side of the battle was Tantai Lingzi, who had just defeated by Fei Fei, and successfully ranked second among the core disciples. On the other side were Bai Feifei, Ming Tian, Yu Ren, and Meng Yuan. Bai Feifei was Chang Yueli's disciple, Ming Tian and Meng Yuan were the Flame Deity's disciples, and Yu Ren was Elder Jin's new disciple. Tantai Lingzi was Chang Yuying's disciple. The sparring between them was obviously not for the sake of victory or defeat, but for the sake of preventing Tantai Lingzi from achieving a breakthrough, so that she could better inherit the martial soul of the Queen of Spiders and suppress Ling Xiao. Tantai, listen up. Now, the four of us can't make a move. Otherwise, we'll definitely be killed. But you're different. You and Ling Xiao are both Yuehua School's disciples and have the same status. As long as we can completely defeat Ling Xiao, such a prideful person like him will soon collapse. Chang Yueying seemed to have accepted the position of the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, but deep down, she was not calm. She was even full of resentment. Otherwise, she would not have colluded with the other three. In the battle, energy waves danced and strong winds rose. Waves of true origin collided in the air and shattered, blasting the surrounding stones and trees into pieces. Tantai Lingzi's face was cold and elegant. The huge, strange shadow behind her was terrifying. It was a monster with a gorgeous human face but a spider's body, and that was Tantai Lingzi's martial soul, the Queen of Spiders. With Chang Yueying's full assistance, she had already comprehended 30% of the Queen of Spiders' inheritance. During the battle, silver threads would appear in the air. However, if one's cultivation had not reached a certain level and his eyesight was not outstanding enough, he would not be able to see these silver threads. Every single silver thread had the power to destroy treasured artifacts. Tantai Lingzi's current cultivation was at the level of a half-step heavenly master. It was simply terrifying to the extreme. In an instant, her opponent would be riddled with holes. If it were not for the fact that the opponents were not the four, but her enemies, they would have become a hornet's nest. Yueying, the Queen of Spiders' martial soul, is worthy of being an Archean martial soul. It is not inferior to Dai Yuling's Archean gourd vine martial soul, Ling Xiao's black dragon martial soul, and Zhao Zi's black-winged rock martial soul are slightly inferior. Chang Yueli smiled and said, "At this rate, as long as your good disciple can integrate more than 50% of this inheritance, she will be invincible among the Yuehua School's disciples. That Ling Xiao may be arrogant now, but his development potential is far inferior to hers." Yes, it is indeed terrifying. The flame deity also sighed with emotion. After all, the strength of the four opponents was not bad. Bai Feifei's strength had already recovered to the level of a half-step heavenly master, but in a one-on-one fight, she was no match for Tantai Lingzi. Yu Ren was a peak transcendent, realm 9th level martial artist. Meng Yuan was a mid-transcendent, realm 8th level martial artist. Ming Tian's cultivation had reached the late transcendent, realm 8th level. However, the four of them were completely suppressed by Tantai Lingzi when they joined forces. At this time, Tantai Lingzi's cultivation was at the level of a half-step heavenly master with 10% of her strength. What she needed to break through to the next level was stimulation, and this sparring match was specially prepared for her. The four people who were fighting were all extremely shocked, especially Bai Feifei. She even felt that even if she recovered to her peak state, she would not be a match for Tantai Lingzi in her current state. This woman was too terrifying. Not only was she terrifyingly strong, but she was also very meticulous. In battle, there were almost no flaws in the use of moves. Often, it could be done perfectly, using the least energy to complete the most suitable attack. This made them think of Ling Xiao. Although Tantai Lingzi and Ling Xiao were enemies and had very different personalities, the two of them had almost the same terrifying talent in battle. Logically speaking, if the four of them joined forces, an ordinary half-step heavenly master with 10% of their strength would be instantly knocked down or even killed. However, after attacking for a long time, they could not even touch the corner of Tantai Lingzi's clothes. Often, if they got within 3 to 5 meters of Tantai Lingzi, they would suffer a terrible counterattack and be injured. It was as if there was an invisible spider web around Tantai Lingzi. Whoever got close would be unlucky. It's about time. Tantai Lingzi's eyes suddenly lit up, inextricably linked. With a gentle wave of her hands, the surrounding true essence rippled and formed a huge spider web that directly enveloped Bai Feifei and the others. This terrifying true essence spider web seemed to be very slow, but it was actually very fast and full of powerful true essence. Before it even got close, Meng Yuan's qi and blood were already roiling, and he fainted on the ground. The other three were also stuck in the air by this force. They could neither retreat nor advance. Moreover, they could feel the true essence in their bodies flowing through the spider web into Tantai Lingzi's body. Chapter 6:17. Tantai, stop! Chang Yueying shouted. Tantai Lingzi frowned and threw the three of them away. Ming Tian collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. He had no strength left in his body. Yu Ren's condition was slightly better, but his body was trembling and he could barely stand. Bai Feifei's condition was the best, but there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. However, she managed to save her face. Everyone, thank you for letting me win. Tantai Lingzi looked at the people in front of her with an ice-cold expression. She was now convinced that she was the strongest disciple in the Yuehua school. What she needed to do next was to challenge Lan Yu and obtain the first place among the 10 core disciples, becoming the young sect master. Tantai, your performance was very good. With your current strength, I'm afraid that even Lan Yu is not your opponent. You are worthy of being the Yuehua school's #1 disciple. Chang Yueying's face was filled with excitement. Her position as the sect master was taken away, but her disciple did not disappoint her. Meng Yuan was still unconscious. Yuren stood at the side, dejectedly. Bai Feifei and Ming Tian were filled with hatred. However, they did not hate Tantai Lingzi, but Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they would not have been eliminated so early. perhaps they could have obtained such a terrifying martial spirit inheritance. If that was the case, they would not be as useless as they were now. They wished that they could tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Yue Ying, there's no need to rush the matter of challenging Lan Yu. Let Tantai conceal her strength and bide her time. With her current ranking, she will definitely be able to obtain good results in the four-sex martial competition. As long as she performs outstandingly in that martial arts competition, even Wu Xiang would have no choice but to give her enough resources to make it easier for her to cultivate. And if Ling Xiao wants to kill her, it would be even more unrealistic. Chang Yueli reminded, "Master, you're right." Hearing about the four-sex martial competition, Chang Yueying nodded. As for Ming Tian and Yu Run, their faces were filled with depression. With their current rankings, they didn't even have the right to participate in the four-sect martial competition. Bai Feifei did, but now Bai Feifei was worried about one person. That was Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao were to challenge her and defeat her, then she would lose her fourth place. This result would be too tragic for her. Tantai Lingzi, Bai Feifei, Ming Tian, Yu Run, gather at the inner sanctum plaza as soon as you hear the summons. Someone wants to challenge you. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out in the sky. This was the Yuehua School's summoning order. It could be used to spread to any corner of the sect using the sect's protective array. Moreover, it would not consume much quintessential essence. However, this was not the case outside. Someone wants to challenge us. Tantai Lingzi was stunned for a moment. Who was so bold as to challenge for people in one go? Suddenly, a name flashed through her mind. Ling Xiao. Tantai Lingzi, Bai Feifei, and Ming Tian shouted these two words at the same time. It can't be wrong. It must be this kid. Other than him, no one else dares to challenge for core disciples so arrogantly. The flame deity said, angrily, "Isn't this kid looking down on his fellow disciples too much?" Demonic flame, you don't have to be angry. The core disciple challenge is set according to the sect's rules. Since he wants to challenge, Tantai and the others must accept the challenge. Changji Wang smiled and said, "However, this Ling Xiao probably doesn't know how powerful Tantai is. Since he wants to make a fool of himself, then we can take advantage of this opportunity to completely destroy his reputation." That's right. Didn't he want a challenge for people? You Run, Ming Tian, Feifei. The three of you try to weaken Ling Xiao's strength. I don't believe he won't lose. Elder Jean sneered. No need to go through so much trouble. Ling Xiao is nothing. He's not Lan Yu. I can deal with him alone. Bai Feifei shouted coldly. I'm not the same person as before. It's impossible for him to play any tricks with the array. Feifei, it's better to be careful. This Ling Xiao must not be underestimated. Since he dares to challenge the four of you in public, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. Changji Wang said in a low voice. I understand. Bai Feifei nodded and put away her contempt. She did not dare to underestimate Ling Xiao. After all, she had suffered enough losses at the hands of Ling Xiao. She must not repeat the same mistake. In that case, let's go. After saying that, Changji Wang, Elder Jean, Tantai Lingzi, Yu Run, and Bai Feifei left first. The flame deity called Ming Tian to his side and whispered, with your current strength, it's impossible for you to be Ling Xiao's strength. If he challenges you, you will lose without a doubt. However, Master has a way for you to win. Are you willing to accept? Disciple is willing. Ming Tian nodded. At this time, Ming Tian had long lost his ability to judge. He was now only focused on defeating Ling Xiao. As for what method to use, he did not care at all. Even if he became a monster, it did not matter. Good, wait a moment. Meng Yuan, you come over too. Master will also give you a gift. Meng Yuan had just woken up from a coma. When he heard the flame deity's words, he could not help but shudder. He knew very well that the flame deity's so-called gift was definitely not something good. However, he had no choice. Facing the flame deity, he did not dare to resist at all. Yes, master. At this time, there were already many people in the inner sect plaza. Apart from the disciples who went out to carry out missions, the majority came to watch the show. The assembly order earlier was so ostentatious. Everyone was not blind. They naturally saw and heard it. On one of the battle stages, Ling Xiao sat there cross-legged, munching on a green foxtail in boredom. Suddenly, he stood up. A terrifying aura spread out all around. Some disciples near the battle stage were frightened until they hurriedly retreated. Ha ha, you guys finally came. I thought that you guys were scared. Looking at the several figures rapidly approaching in the distance, Ling Xiao revealed a satisfied smile. And where's Ming Tian? Could it be that he was so scared that he did not dare to come? The people arrived nearby very quickly. Changji Wang and the rest found a seat and sat down. Tantai Lingzi and the rest stood together. However, there was no trace of Ming Tian. No need for junior apprentice brother Ming Tian to take action. I alone can finish you off. Yu Ren and Ling Xiao had virtually no interactions. But this was just on the surface. In reality, his life was already completely disrupted by Ling Xiao. He was originally ranked third among the top 10 core disciples. His strength was infinitely close to Lan Yu. His plan was to defeat Lan Yu, after Ren Xingtian advanced to Deva Realm, he could become the top 10 core disciples. However, what happened next made him utterly despair. Lan Yu, advancing to half-step Empyrean far surpassed him. This was still not considered much. The most infuriating thing was that Lung Hao, a new disciple who entered the sect for less than a year, actually defeated him. However, the nightmare did not end because of this. If Lung Hao was a genius, defeating him was pardonable. But Dai Yuling defeating him made him completely unable to accept it. And these people just had to be related to Ling Xiao. In fact, Ling Xiao was the instigator. Chapter 6:18. You're not enough. When Ming Tian comes, the four of you can come together. Maybe you can hold on a little longer. Ling Xiao glanced at Yu Ren disdainfully. Novel, he had no impression of this person. He really didn't know why this guy hated him so much. Yu Ren's cultivation wasn't bad, but it was far from his. Arrogant, shameless boasting. By Fei Fei and Tantai Lingzi flew into a rage almost at the same time. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He really wanted to fight the four of them. Otherwise, it would be too boring to fight them one by one. Now, in the entire Yuehua school, except for Ren Xingtian, who had just broken through to the heaven realm, none of the other disciples could be his opponent, including his senior sister Lan Yu. He didn't know how powerful Tantai Lingzi was now, but he believed that his cultivation speed was definitely faster than hers. After obtaining so many benefits, if he still let Tantai Lingzi widen the gap between them, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. However, he felt that the other party wouldn't fight 4 against 1 because it would lower their status. Moreover, the core disciple ranking battle didn't allow that. This was the rule, and he didn't intend to violate it. After all, Wu Xiang was now the sect master, so he still had to abide by the rules. In that case, you run, right? Come on, if you're not afraid of making a fool of yourself, come on stage and play. Ling Xiao didn't intend to challenge Tantai Lingzi directly. He wanted to defeat these people one by one on this stage to prove himself. It would be best if he could beat them until they completely lost their confidence. He should be cruel to his enemies. You run, be careful. This kid might use some evil tricks. try to stall for time and create an opportunity for us to observe him. Bai Feifei reminded. Although Yuren was unhappy, he still nodded and said, "I know, Senior Sister Bai." However, in his heart, he thought to himself, "Senior Sister Bai, there's nothing for you to do here. This Ling Xiao doesn't look very strong. Only a trivial, early-stage, transcendent realm 8th layer cultivator. His cultivation is even lower than mine. How could I possibly lose to him?" Ling Xiao was currently using the early-stage, transcendent realm 8th layer cultivation model. Otherwise, he was worried that these people would not dare to fight him out of fear. On the martial arts stage, Ling Xiao and Yu Ren stood on opposite sides, staring at each other. More and more people gathered in the inner sanctum square. Yu Ren's heart was filled with complicated emotions and anger. Thinking back to when Ling Xiao entered the inner sect as an outer sect disciple for the trial, he was too lazy to even look at this person. He never thought that after such a short period of time, this brat would actually dare to disregard him like this. He, who had a strong sense of self-esteem, found it hard to calm down. Speaking of which, Yuren and Ling Xiao had never fought before. Ling Xiao's strength was all from what he heard. Seeing is believing, hearing is false. Yuren really didn't believe that Ling Xiao could surpass him in such a short period of time. He decided to show everyone that he, Yuren, was not just a side character. He was the main character of this competition. If you don't make a move now, you won't have the chance. Ling Xiao looked at Yuren and smiled. He didn't have any deep enmity with this Yuren, so he didn't intend to be too ruthless, hoping to give the other party some face. But Yuren didn't appreciate this kindness. "Bold, arrogant brat, you only know how to talk big. I have already acknowledged Elder Jean as my master. The two of us cannot exist under the same sky." Yuren roared. "What a pity you know that I don't get along with Elder Jean, yet you still acknowledge him as your master. It seems like you're really looking for a beating." Ling Xiao sighed. "Enough nonsense, watch out for this." Yuren roared. The long sword in his hand shook, his true qi fluctuating, and a thick sword qi broke through the air, instantly striking towards Ling Xiao. On the battle stage, a pitch-black mark was actually left behind by this sword qi. If not for the protection of the spirit array, it would likely have been cut in half. Even so, the mark was still very obvious. This is senior brother Yuren's strongest killing move, flying sword east. So that's how it is. No wonder this move is so overbearing. Isn't it? I once saw senior brother Yuren use this sword to kill an early transcendent realm 8th layer cultivator. Among the onlookers, many inner sect disciples exclaimed. The weapon in Yuren's hand was naturally a rare grade artifact. For a transcendent realm cultivator, a rare grade artifact was the most suitable weapon. The effect of an immortal grade artifact was not as good as a rare grade artifact because it was impossible to control. It had to be said that Yuren had perfectly combined the sword in his hand with his own martial skills, forming a very sharp sword move. Behind him, the faint image of an unsheathed sharp blade could be seen, which should be Yuren's sword martial spirit. So, what if you have a sharp tongue? You're not worthy of me taking action. Ling Xiao looked at Yuren with a slight smile, as if he did not care about Yuren's sword move at all. Bullshit! Yuren roared, the long sword in his hand glowing even brighter, the terrifying sword qi closing in on Ling Xiao. Roar! At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his mouth and roared. An invisible qi spurted out from his mouth, not only neutralizing Yuren's sword qi, but also instantly hitting Yuren's body, sending him flying. This was not the dragon's roar, but it was somewhat similar. This was a martial skill that Ling Xiao had created after learning the dragon's roar. This was a move that could be used in human form, combining the dragon's pressure with the will of the mountains and rivers to suppress the opponent. Not only was it a physical attack, but it could also directly injure the opponent's soul. Asterisk pung. Asterisk ah. Yuren let out a miserable howl as his entire body was sent flying. Fortunately, his strength was not bad. When he finally reached the edge of the stage, he managed to stabilize his body with the long sword in his hand. However, the current situation was very strange. He was clearly the one who attacked Ling Xiao, but in the end, Ling Xiao was safe and sound, while he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. How is this possible? What kind of martial skill is this? He didn't even use his hands, and only used his mouth to end the battle? This is too outrageous. Am I seeing things? Not to mention, most of the disciples were shocked. Even some of the deacons and elders were dumbfounded. Ling Xiao's attack was really unexpected. Bastard, you look down on me. Yuren was really angry. Ling Xiao actually beat him into such a sorry state without using his hands. If he really attacked, how miserable would he be? Yes, I look down on you. Ling Xiao nodded and said, You actually worship that old, shameless thing, Elder Jean, as your master. I think you're not a good person, so I won't kill you today. Hurry up and get off the stage, so you don't have to suffer. Senior Brother Ling, I beg you to help me. Suddenly, a female disciple below the stage shouted and squeezed out of the crowd to get off the stage. What's going on? Ling Xiao frowned and asked, This Yuren is not a good person. Not only did he forcibly occupy my body, but he also threatened to kill me if I told anyone. He used to have a very good relationship with Elder Jean, so I didn't dare to tell anyone about this. Senior Brother Ling, please help me, the female disciple said loudly. Chapter 6:20. Tantai Lingzi didn't stop by Feifei because she didn't have full confidence that she could defeat Ling Xiao. Therefore, she needed Bai Feifei to force Ling Xiao to use all his skills as much as possible. In this way, she would have a greater chance of winning. Bai Feifei stood on the stage and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with intense killing intent. I say, stupid woman, do you understand the situation or not? The one who caused you to be eliminated and your cultivation to drop so much was that Empyrean demon flame. Not me. You want to vent your hatred on me? Are you crazy? Bai Feifei was the one who made Ling Xiao the most speechless. This woman was simply stupid to a certain extent. Cut the crap. Isn't your dragon roar skill very powerful? Try and see if you can hurt me. Bai Feifei said coldly, Don't think that you're invincible among the disciples of Yuehua School, just because you learned some crooked skills. Roar. Ling Xiao opened his mouth and shouted. Bai Feifei hurriedly retreated. Then she used all her true core strength to form a protective layer on the surface of her body to resist Ling Xiao's dragon roar skill. However, after a moment, Bai Feifei suddenly blushed because no attack came. Ha ha, stupid woman, aren't you a little too timid? I haven't done anything yet. What are you afraid of? Ling Xiao laughed loudly. Many disciples below the stage couldn't hold back their laughter. For a moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Ling Xiao didn't intend to use the dragon roar skill to deal with Bai Feifei. That move was effective against Yuren, but it didn't have much effect on Bai Feifei. To deal with Bai Feifei, he had to be serious. How dare you trick me? Bai Feifei was so angry that her face turned red. Pipa martial soul. Demon sonar steps. Suddenly, Bai Feifei moved. Many sound characters condensed from true essence appeared on the battle stage. Gong Shang Jiao's emblem feather continued to flip. Good movement technique, but it's useless against me. Ling Xiao's figure flashed and turned into a dragon's shadow. He swam among the notes like a fish in water. Demonic sword art, palace. The sword in Bai Feifei's hand trembled, and a huge gong character appeared on the tip of the sword. Then it pressed down on Ling Xiao fiercely, accompanied by a strange demonic sound. Snow Lotus Sword Art, Flying Snow. The ice dragon sword in Ling Zhao's hand pierced out, causing snowflakes to dance in the air, condensing into a snow dragon that pounced towards the gigantic palace character. Rumble! The two of them collided head-on. Bai Feifei's body trembled, and the notes around her began to explode. Yo, you've learned to be smart. You transferred the power of the attack to the musical notes. Looks like you're not that stupid, woman. Ling Xiao looked very relaxed. However, Bai Feifei felt very uncomfortable. Although she had transferred all of Ling Zhao's sword qi to the musical notes, she still felt a burning pain in her body. This kind of pain was enough to touch her soul. Bai Feifei's face changed drastically. Ling Zhao's strength was far beyond her expectations. You can't be just an early-stage, transcendent, realm 8th layer cultivator. Bai Feifei shouted. Ling Xiao smiled and said, You saw through me? Wang. With a loud bang, a black dragon's shadow appeared in the sky. Ling Xiao released some of his cultivation. He had reached the transcendent realm 8th layer. He felt that this strength was enough to deal with Bai Feifei. There was no need to expose his full cultivation. How did this guy's cultivation improve so quickly? No wonder the power is so much stronger than before. Below the stage, Tantai Lingzi's expression became increasingly solemn. Ling Zhao's cultivation had exceeded her expectations. She had thought that Ling Xiao would be lucky if he could cultivate to the peak of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, but now he had actually reached the Transcendent Realm 8th layer, a peerless realm cultivator, making him much more difficult to deal with. Everyone in Yuehua School knew about Ling Zhao's ability to challenge those who were in a higher grade than him. Therefore, judging his cultivation base must not be based on that of an ordinary person. Damn it! Demonic sound sword art, Gong Shang Jiao Huiyu. Bai Feifei could not accept this result at all. Her hair was disheveled, and her eyes were filled with madness. Originally, they should have continued to fight, perhaps forcing Ling Xiao to use some new tricks. However, she couldn't think of that now. She stabbed out with her sword, and the 5 musical notes blasted towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The power of the musical notes was 5 times greater than the previous one. Interesting, but it's not enough. Ling Xiao also circulated his true qi, and with a wave of his ice dragon sword, a terrifying blizzard engulfed the entire stage. Snow Lotus Sword Art, Ice Snowstorm. Perhaps this would be the last time he would use it, so he might as well let it blossom with its most glorious image. Wang. The wind raged. Snow danced in the air. Bai Feifei's body was like a grain of sand in a snowstorm. She was swept up and then thrown out, landing below the stage. 2 moves. In just 2 moves, Ling Xiao had defeated the insufferably arrogant Bai Feifei. This person who he had previously needed to use all kinds of spirit arrays to defeat was now so easily defeated. The people below the stage were all shocked. Chang Yueli's body trembled uncontrollably. Why? Why was Ling Xiao so powerful? Why was this so? Master, calm down. Let this brat be rampant for a while. The 4-sect martial arts competition is about to begin. At that time, there will be many opportunities to kill him. Don't worry. Chang Yueying comforted Chang Yueli. I know, but I hate it. I wish I could tear this brat into pieces right now. Blood flowed out from the corner of Chang Yueli's mouth. She was so angry that she vomited blood. She suppressed her impulse with great difficulty. Suddenly, Bai Feifei below the stage let out an earth-shattering scream. No, you crippled my cultivation. Bai Feifei's body was fine, but her 9 martial veins had been completely sealed. The strength she could display now was at most a 9th level martial vein realm martial artist. What are you screaming for? I didn't cripple you, I just sealed you. As for how to deal with you, It will be up to Master Bai Yun to decide. I can't be bothered to do it. Ling Xiao said indifferently. How many times have I told you? I will not acknowledge that trash as my father. My father is only the flame deity. Bai Feifei shouted loudly. Humph, don't forget that you're just a trash now. In the Yuehua school, all the inner disciples are stronger than you. Ling Xiao looked at Bai Feifei with disdain. If he didn't need to bring this woman to Master Bai Yun, he would have crippled her cultivation to save himself the trouble. Tantai Lingzi, it's your turn. He looked at Tantai, Lingzi below the stage. Ming Tian had yet to appear, but it didn't mean much. After all, Ming Tian's ranking among the top 10 core disciples was lower than Yu Ren's. Ling Xiao defeated Bai Feifei and was now ranked 4th. He was qualified to participate in the 4-sect tournament. Dealing with Tantai Lingzi was just collecting a debt. Tantai Lingzi actually colluded with He Ling to take his life in the Moonlight Pagoda. Previously, he didn't let the sect deal with this woman because he wanted to kill her with his own hands. Now that the opportunity had come, he naturally wasn't willing to give it up. Previously, he didn't dare to guarantee that he was a match for Tantai Lingzi, but now he was completely confident. Chapter 6:21. Against Bai Feifei. Ling Xiao had consumed less than 10% of his strength. In other words, he was still at full strength. There was no need to fear Tantai Lingzi. Killing Tantai Lingzi now would save him a lot of trouble in the future. If this vicious woman didn't die, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to rest easy. How can this Ling Xiao be so terrifying? Even if he can challenge those above his level, it's still a bit outrageous for him to challenge a half-step heavenly master with only 10% of his strength as a transcendent realm 8th level peerless. Yeah, I can't understand. Snow Lotus Sword art isn't even a gold grade martial art. How can it be so powerful? I guess there's something strange about his martial spirit inheritance. Is the martial spirit inheritance in the Moonlight Pagoda really that powerful? Looking at Ling Xiao, it's obvious that he's going to sweep away the disciples of the former head teacher, the former grand elder, and the former inner sect elder, the flame deity. That should be the case. Those people have done unjust things to him. Now that Ling Xiao is strong, he's naturally going to collect his debts. The discussions below the stage rose and fell. Although the voices were not loud, for those with sharp ears, they could still hear it clearly. Master, your cultivation is the lowest. Can you see what's strange about Ling Xiao? Chang Yueying asked Chang Yueli. I suspect that Ling Xiao didn't get the black dragon martial spirit in the Moonlight Pagoda, but some kind of terrifying ancient martial spirit inheritance. It's on the same level as Tantai and Dai Yuling. It's just that he hasn't summoned his martial spirit to fight yet, so I can't tell what kind of martial spirit it is. Chang Yueli was indeed an experienced person. She could see that Ling Xiao's martial spirit was strange at a glance. However, it was understandable. If she didn't have such eyesight, she wouldn't have been able to become the head teacher of Yuehua School. Look at how protective the Moonlight Maiden is of this kid. Could it be that he got the martial spirit inheritance of our ancestral grandmother? Elder Jean said with a frown. If that's the case, then we're in trouble. We have to kill this kid as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he continues to grow stronger, then one day even we won't be able to suppress him. Chang Yueli frowned. But as long as Ling Xiao did not leave the Yuehua school, they had no way to deal with Ling Xiao. No matter how anxious he was, he could only wait for the 4-faction martial competition. At this moment, Ling Xiao was looking at Tantai Lingzi on the battle stage, allowing her to enter the arena. You should rest for a while. Otherwise, I won't have a fair fight. Tantai Lingzi said this because she wanted to stall for time. She wanted to see if Meng Yuan or Ming Tian would come and help her probe Ling Zhao's situation. However, she couldn't hide her thoughts from Ling Zhao's eyes. "There's no need for that. It's easy to deal with you," Ling Zhao said loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, it caused another uproar. Tantai Lingzi's current strength was even stronger than by Fei Fei's. Ling Zhao actually dared to look down on Tantai Lingzi like this. Could it be that this fellow still had an even stronger technique? Wait a minute. Ling Zhao, if you want to challenge Tantai, you have to get through me first. Suddenly, Meng Yuan appeared out of nowhere. Meng Yuan's aura was a little strange. Ling Zhao could tell at a glance that this guy's body was actually occupied by Heiling. Could it be that Heiling was still alive? The flame deity really dared to risk universal condemnation. What was he trying to do? Could it be that he really thought that no one could deal with him? Get lost! Amidst his furious roar, Ling Zhao thrusted out a chi sword from afar. Before Meng Yuan could reach the stage, his body was pierced. Then, a black mist emerged from the top of his head. "You still want to escape?" 9 Meridian's chi sword, cage. 9 chi swords shot out, turning into dozens of thin lines, and then completely trapped that black mist inside. Boom. Unfortunately, the next moment, that black mist actually exploded, turning into a rain of blood, dyeing the cage red. "What's going on?" Wu Xiang asked in surprise. Reporting to Sect Master, "This is Heiling." Ling Zhao replied, "I didn't expect it to actually possess Meng Yuan." How hateful! Although Meng Yuan was hit by Ling Zhao's chi sword, he was a transcendent realm martial artist. That kind of injury was not enough to kill him. "Come, capture Meng Yuan and interrogate him severely," Wu Xiang ordered. "Sect Master, spare me, it wasn't me, it was, Meng Yuan's words were just halfway through when his chest suddenly exploded. His heart was already completely shattered, and his 9 martial veins were also completely broken. He instantly stopped breathing. So ruthless, the flame deity. Ling Zhao naturally knew that Empyrean Devil Flame was the culprit. However, he didn't have any evidence. Now that he was dead, there was no proof. Even if he said that Empyrean Devil Flame was the culprit, few people would believe him. So he did not say anything. His current cultivation was not enough. He could deal with the flame deity's disciples, but to deal with the flame deity, he was still far from enough. "Ling Zhao, do you dare to accept my challenge?" Just as Meng Yuan died, another figure flew over. It was Ming Tian. There was no aura of Heiling on Ming Tian's body, but this guy's situation was not right. Those eyes, the pupils were slender and glowed red. They were not human eyes at all. Could it be that this guy gave himself completely to the 9-tailed monster fox to control? Thinking of this, Ling Zhao felt a little emotional and also a little sad. In the past, in order to become stronger, Ming Tian abandoned his master, Bai Yun, and became the flame deity's master. But now he had completely lost his soul and turned into an empty shell. An empty shell controlled by the 9-tailed monster fox. Should it be said that he deserved it, or was it sad? Ming Tian stood on the stage and then looked at Wu Xiang. "Sect Master, I request that this battle be a life and death battle. Life and death are predestined. No matter who dies, they are not allowed to find trouble with the other party." "Nonsense!" Wu Xiang slapped the chair and said, "Sect Master, you are wrong. In the Yuehua school, you can issue a life and death battle. Of course, the rule is that it must be carried out in the Desperation Tower. We can change the location, but we can't reject it directly." Chang Yueying stood up and said, "That's right, Sect Master Wu. In the past, Ling Xiao also issued a life and death battle. Is he the only one who is allowed to challenge others, and others are not allowed to challenge him? Chang Yueli also said with a smile. Sect Master, we have to be fair. We can't be biased. Or do you think that Ling Xiao is not a match for Ming Tian? So, you are afraid? The flame deity asked with a sneer. Wu Xiang was forced into a corner. If he didn't agree, it would seem unfair. If he agreed, he was worried that something would happen to Ling Xiao. Just when he was in a dilemma, Ling Xiao chuckled and said, Since someone wants to die, I will fulfill his wish. Sect Master, you don't have to make things difficult. Ling Xiao, Wu Xiang could also feel that Ming Tian's aura was abnormal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped such a challenge. Sect Master, don't worry. I won't lose and I won't die. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, Since the life and death battle has been established, please move to the Desperation Tower. The Tower Master of the Desperation Tower, who was watching the battle, said coldly. Then he left first. After that, Ming Tian also left. Those who were watching the show left one after another. Dai Yuling and the others also left under Ling Xiao's signal. Chapter 622. Ling Xiao, are you sure there won't be any problems? There seems to be something wrong with Ming Tian. The power he has now doesn't belong to him. Wu Xiang only spoke to Ling Xiao after everyone had left. I know that. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, It will indeed be a little dangerous, but it's fine. He's not my match. He wasn't a reckless person. Since he said that he would be fine, he naturally had confidence. Ming Tian's current situation couldn't be predicted using common sense. However, the Mountain River Martial Soul's analytical ability had even taken this into consideration. The reason why he dared to accept this life and death challenge was because he had confidence in his heart. All right, since you've said so, I won't persuade you anymore. Let's go. Ling Xiao and Wu Xiang headed to the Desperation Tower. On the other side, the flame deity had also informed the few people on his side about Ming Tian's situation. Ming Tian's body had basically been completely taken over by the nine-tailed demon fox. His strength had soared to the half-step heavenly venerate realm. It wasn't just a large increase in cultivation. More importantly, the nine-tailed demon fox's body was incomparably strong. Ordinary attacks couldn't harm Ming Tian at all. It could be said that Ming Tian was now in an invincible position. Therefore, Ling Xiao was dead for sure this time. Great. I didn't expect this to happen. Then there's no need to wait until the 4-faction tournament. Ling Xiao will die this time. Elder Jean was extremely excited when he heard this. Don't be too happy until the end. I feel that this Ling Xiao isn't easy to deal with. Chang Yueying had once underestimated Ling Xiao. Therefore, she didn't dare to underestimate Ling Xiao at all. On the Desperation Tower, Ling Xiao and Ming Tian faced each other from afar. From the first day I joined the Yuehua school, I had the intention of cleaning up the school. Today, you can die in peace. You won't have to suffer the pain of being controlled by this demon fox. Ling Xiao looked at Ming Tian. He had fought with Ming Tian in the Moonlight Pagoda, and he had won that battle. However, the current Ming Tian was completely different from the Ming Tian of the past. Killing him wouldn't be an easy task. However, this was exactly what Ling Xiao wanted. After breaking through to the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer, Yang Kai had been looking for an opportunity to temper his current cultivation. Originally, he had set his sights on Tantai Lingzi. Who would have thought that an accident would occur, and Ming Tian would come knocking on his door? That was perfect. He would deal with Ming Tian first before doing anything else. Ha 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 ha! Ming Tian suddenly let out a burst of crazy laughter. The entire Desperation building was shaking from this laughter. His voice was icy cold and sinister. Ling Xiao, I admit that I belittled you when we were in Sky Cloud City. Not killing you, then, was a serious miscalculation. You are very strong, very powerful. It was also very arrogant. However, such people usually didn't live long. Today, I will let you know what fear is. What is death? You're not qualified to do so. Ling Xiao sneered, and no longer set the realm model. Instead, he released all his strength, and the ground beneath his feet began to shake. His cultivation was finally fully displayed in front of everyone. Early stage of the transcendent realm 9th layer. No wonder you're so arrogant. Your cultivation has actually broken through to the transcendent realm 9th layer. But even so, you're still no match for me. Ming Tian's voice was completely different from before. It had become cold and sharp, giving off an extremely strong, ear-piercing feeling, causing people to feel a headache. Kill! Ming Tian snorted coldly, and a bright red light flashed in his hand. Countless blood-red fox claws appeared and completely covered this side of the world. Within a radius of several hundred meters, it had turned into a red world. These rays of light were more than 10 times stronger than the ones Ming Tian had displayed in the past. Boy, don't worry. I won't kill you immediately because there are still many secrets on you that I want to know. What kind of martial spirit inheritance did you obtain from the Moonlight Treasure Pagoda? How did you contact the Moonlight Treasure Maiden? What's with the powerful dragon pressure on your body? I'll figure it all out. After I figure it out, you Dai Yuling Lung, Hao, Zhao Ji, Shangguan Lei, Lan Yu, Yang Danlin, including that Wu Xiang, they will all fall to a miserable end and never be able to rise again. Ha ha, don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of your treasures and won't let anyone else take them. Only Ling Xiao could hear these words. However, these words also doomed Ming Tian's tragedy. Ling Xiao would never allow someone who could threaten his loved ones to live in this world. If he still had the idea of subduing this nine-tailed fox before, then now, screw it, this guy must die. In the world of blood-red feathers, Ming Tian looked very confident. Its humanoid body began to gradually transform into its beast form. Although it still looked 70% humanoid, it already had 30% of the appearance of a demon fox. Thousand Shadows' soul-chasing claw. Shua. In that instant, thousands of blood-red claws majestically grabbed towards Ling Xiao at almost the same time. Although the audience was watching from the periphery, this scene still gave many people a fright. Inside the red feather cloak space, it was almost airtight without the slightest gap for Ling Xiao to dodge. As a result, it could even be said that Ling Xiao's life was in danger. The originally miraculous movement technique had now become useless. However, Ling Xiao, who was in the middle of the battlefield, was still expressionless. The ice dragon sword in his hand activated true essence, and then directly thrust it out. On the treasured sword, there was a black dragon shadow that was undergoing all kinds of strange changes. A terrifying snowstorm was released within the space of the feather cloak. The snowstorm shattered the Thousand Shadows' soul-chasing claw. Ling Xiao felt a tremendous pressure. This was something that he did not have when dealing with Bai Feifei and Yu Run. His blood was churning. He did not expect that this monster's attack would actually produce such a special effect. Of course, this was also because the opponent was too strong. After all, this was an early transcendent realm 9th layer cultivator facing a half-step heavenly venerable with 30% of his strength. The gap was too great. One had to know that the difference between a transcendent realm 9th layer cultivator and a half-step heavenly venerable was like heaven and earth, let alone a half-step heavenly venerable with 30% of his strength. Ling Xiao felt the pressure, but the expression on his face was not one of panic, but of excitement. He loved this kind of stressful battle the most. With pressure, There would be progress. You actually blocked it, as expected of the man that even Ming Tian fears. What about this move? Ming Tian coldly snorted. His hands had completely transformed into the claws of a fox, and between his claws there was a strange vortex. Power of the fox, devouring vortex. The vortex grew bigger and bigger, and then rose above Ming Tian's head. A huge suction force was generated, and Ling Xiao felt that the surrounding world energy seemed to be sucked away by this vortex, and then a sun-like sphere was formed in the vortex. Chapter 6:23. Bang! The ball that seemed to be condensed with a large amount of spirit energy suddenly left the whirlpool and shot towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. TSK, it seems that simply fighting in human form is not enough. Ling Xiao could feel the terror of this sphere. He did not dare to joke around with his life. In an instant, he entered his dragon form. What was different from his previous dragon form was that the armor around his body had turned black and gold. His pupils were no longer golden, but black and gold. His entire body was burning with black and gold flames, just like the villain of a story. Dragons roar. After transforming into his dragon form, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and spat out a ball of dragon's extermination, which turned into a roaring black light. It was as thick as a bucket, and then smashed towards the sphere. Rumble, 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 rumble. The huge sphere that was as big as a room was actually completely shattered by the dragon's roar. What's going on with you? Ming Tian was stunned for a moment. It was obvious that he had never seen Ling Xiao in his dragon form before. He had no understanding of Ling Xiao in this form. Aren't you very powerful? If you capture me alive, you might find out the answer. After the dragon's roar broke through the opponent's attack, Ling Xiao did not stop. With a shake of the ice dragon sword in his hand, he pierced through the protective true essence of Ming Tian and then directly pierced towards Ming Tian's throat. Ming Tian was greatly shocked. Brat, you dare to hurt me? Ming Tian was enraged. The huge whirlpool spun even more violently. This time, not only did it absorb the surrounding spirit energy, it even absorbed the mud and bricks on the ground, as well as all sorts of debris. It formed an even larger sphere and smashed towards Ling Xiao. This matter happened in the blink of an eye. The huge sphere was wrapped in strange blood-red flames, like a red sun as it fiercely collided with Ling Xiao's ice dragon sword. Bang! After a huge roar, Ling Xiao was sent flying and crashed heavily into the ground. His whole body sank into the ruins. On the other side, it wasn't easy for Heaven's Cry to stop either. His body was forced to take 4 or 5 steps back, and many wounds appeared on his body. However, as the blood-red flames burned, the wounds quickly healed. Bah! This monster is indeed powerful. Looks like I have to continue increasing my strength. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and stood up from the ruins. A pitch-black shadow appeared behind him. He finally summoned his martial soul, the ancient infernal dragon martial soul. The moment the primordial hell dragon martial soul appeared, the demon fox, Heaven's Cry, actually took a few steps back. He was actually frightened by this power. In terms of appearance, the ancient infernal dragon martial soul was almost identical to the black dragon martial soul. This was mainly because Ling Xiao had yet to fully obtain the ancient hell dragon's legacy. But it was just as well. This way, his secret would be kept. Others would think that his martial spirit was really a black dragon. Many of the onlookers were already in a daze at this time. The battle between these two had completely overturned their perception. Was this still a battle between transcendent realm cultivators? Was it not a battle between heaven realm experts? Why was it so powerful? Ming Tian seems to have entered beast mode. But what's the situation with Ling Xiao? How many secrets does this Ling Xiao have? The flame deity gritted his teeth. He hated himself for not killing Ling Xiao directly and leaving such a scourge behind. He also hated himself for choosing Ming Tian and not Ling Xiao. If it was Ling Xiao, today's result would definitely not be like this. How hateful! This kid hid his strength too well. I thought he was bragging when he said that he didn't use much energy to defeat Yu Ren and Fei Fei. I didn't expect it to be true. Chang Yueli was also very shocked. Mo Yen, are you really confident? I don't see any signs of Ling Xiao being defeated at all. Chang Yueying couldn't help but ask, Senior sister, don't worry. The previous attack was just a probe. Ming Tian's strength is not just a little bit. Although the flame deity was shocked by Ling Xiao's strength, he was still very confident in Ming Tian. On the battlefield, the battle between Ling Xiao and Ming Tian had no room for negotiation. It was a fight to the death. It was a fight to the death. Both of them were very clear that they absolutely couldn't hold back. Whoever held back would die, without a doubt. Ming Tian wanted to kill Ling Xiao and plunder Ling Xiao's martial spirit inheritance and treasures. Ling Xiao wanted to kill Ming Tian because this guy was just a pure monster. If this guy didn't die, there would be endless trouble in the future. One was a half-step, heavenly venerable nine-tailed fox with 30% of her strength. The other was a young cultivator with the ancient hell dragon martial spirit and the mountain river martial spirit. When the strong fought, there would be injuries. Who would live and who would die? Perhaps the next move would determine the winner. World, blood pool hell. Ming Tian completely revealed his killing intent. Just as the flame deity had said, the previous attack was just a probe. Now that he had forced out Ling Xiao's martial spirit, Ming Tian didn't dare to continue probing. He wanted to use his true strength to kill Ling Xiao here, and then completely end this battle. At this time, Ming Tian had already turned into a demon fox. It was just that his body was still relatively small, still about the size of a human. It was just that his appearance had changed. In the space of the UE world, a blood-red flame began to burn from the ground, and then gathered around Ming Tian. Immediately after, this fiery red flame turned into a huge wave and ruthlessly smashed towards Ling Xiao. When it attacked, the stones on the ground had already started to melt, and blood-red magma actually appeared in the original ruins. It mixed with blood. Not only was it strange, but it was also abnormally dangerous. Prepare to die, kid. Amidst the surging waves, there was actually a faint image of a huge fire fox. It was as if it had opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Ling Xiao whole. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao kept the ice dragon sword in his hand. The image of the ancient hell dragon behind him began to roar. Black energy poured into Ling Xiao's hands. 9 Meridian's chi sword, hell's dragon sword. With a loud shout, Ling Xiao's hands were filled with ice dragons. A huge chi sword wrapped in the power of the ancient hell dragon martial spirit pierced out. Rumble! Amidst the continuous collisions, the black flames gradually gained the upper hand, and the fiery red flames actually began to retreat. How is this possible? The flame deity stood up agitatedly. That demon fox fire's power is second only to the 12 sacred flames. What kind of fire can be stronger than that? It must be your dark death flames. It's all that idiot Hesua's fault. He actually let that brat Ling Xiao absorb the dark death flames. That's why this happened, Elder Jean said with some resentment. The flame deity's face was gloomy. Although Elder Jin's words were unpleasant to hear, they were the truth. He had originally bestowed the dark death flames to Heisua to make him stronger, but who knew that it would benefit Ling Xiao instead? Chapter 6:24. The black flames gradually engulfed the red flames. A huge black chi sword pierced Ming Tian's body. The demon fox feather robe instantly burst open, and Ming Tian let out an ear-piercing scream. Fox transformation. Amidst the shrill scream, the originally human-sized demon fox began to expand wildly. Even Ling Zhao's held dragon sword was shattered. Ming Tian felt that if he did not enter the complete demon fox transformation state, he would not be Ling Zhao's opponent. Ling Zhao's strength was far beyond his expectations. However, this was also good. The stronger Ling Zhao was, the more benefits he would gain. In this way, as long as he could kill him, he would gain more benefits. Kid, this battle can end now. Ming Tian made up his mind. The blood-red flames on his body continued to surge and then quickly retracted into his huge body. When the red light completely disappeared, Ming Tian was no longer Ming Tian, but a real nine-tailed demon fox. Its gigantic body stood there, at least 10 meters tall, with 9 tails trailing behind it. Each tail was like a tree that had fallen to the ground. His eyes shone with blood-red light, like 2 blood-red suns. Kid, I did not want to do this, because once I enter the demon fox transformation state, even I cannot control this terrifying power. But because of your strength, I had no choice but to do so. So even if I die, you can be proud of it. In the demon fox transformation state, my strength increases by 10 times. You will not be lucky enough to survive. Today, you will be completely destroyed by my attack. You will not die in vain. The demon fox's voice was cold and arrogant, like a god. There was no human emotion in his voice. It felt as if Ling Zhao was an ant that could be trampled to death at any time. As he spoke, the huge demon fox roared to the sky and then pounced on Ling Zhao like a mountain. In that instant, Ling Zhao felt a huge pressure. This pressure made him feel as if his entire body was about to collapse. It was as if a true god had descended to the mortal world to punish him, a mortal martial artist. Even though he was in his human dragon form, he still felt immense pressure. He had a feeling that he could not resist at all. There was no doubt that although this attack was ordinary, its power was far superior to the previous flashy moves. The demon fox would not do this until the very last moment, because once the demon fox completely transformed, it would be very troublesome to explain. Moreover, it was just as the demonic fox had said. Even he himself was unable to fully control such a powerful force. Using a power that he couldn't control was a gamble. Golden dragon wings. Whoosh! A pair of black and golden dragon wings unfurled from Ling Zhao's back, exuding a peculiar light. He judged that he could not face this attack head-on, so he planned to use his speed to avoid it, now that his martial arts had been upgraded to Jade Grade entry grade. His speed had surpassed the level of a transcendent. Yang Kai estimated that even a master who had just broken through to the heaven realm might not be able to catch up to him. What is that? How can Ling Zhao use his true essence to condense wings? This guy is only at the transcendent realm, right? Even a cave heaven realm master might not be able to do this perfectly. Too amazing. Senior brother Ling is too amazing. Originally, many people had been frightened by the huge demon fox, but Ling Zhao was neither servile nor overbearing. Instead, he stretched out his strange wings, which dispelled the fear in their hearts. So, flapping his golden dragon wings, Ling Zhao leapt up, trying to avoid the opponent's killing blow. However, to his surprise, the demon fox seemed to be able to control the flow of world energy in the entire space. When he flew, he felt as if he was not in the air, but in a viscous liquid. His movements were very sluggish, and he could not walk as fast as he wanted. Amazing! Ling Zhao gritted his teeth. Although he was shocked, he did not have the habit of giving up. Since he could not avoid it, he would fight. Hell Dragon Sword. It was another hell dragon sword, but different this time. Ling Xiao integrated the will of mountains and rivers, wind, thunder, rain, and lightning, as well as the energy of the ancient hell dragon martial soul. This power was naturally incomparable to that of the past. The huge chi sword pierced through the space and slammed into the demon fox's body, creating a huge energy storm around it. The people outside could no longer see what was happening on the battlefield. At this time, the space of UE was completely chaotic. Unless one had the ability to see through things, it was impossible to know what was going on inside. Kacha! The huge demon fox looked at the hell dragon sword with disdain, and then opened its mouth to bite. It actually bit the hell dragon sword that Ling Xiao had unleashed with all his strength. After that, the demon fox's attack speed did not decrease, and it directly slammed Ling Xiao to the ground with its claws. A huge cloud of dust rose, and the space of UE became even more chaotic. What is going on? Master, can you feel it? Chang Yueying, Elder Jin, and the flame deity's cultivation were not as high as Chang Yueli's, so they hoped that Chang Yueli could see something. I can't see the situation inside, but I can feel that the demon fox's aura is rising and Ling Xiao's aura is weakening. We should have the upper hand. Chang Yueli said with a smile. That's great. Let's end this quickly. This brat Ling Xiao is too surprising. We can't let him continue living. Otherwise, no one will be able to stop his rise. The flame deity heard Chang Yueli's words and finally heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, Wu Xiang clenched his fists, feeling extremely nervous. The moon lady in the moonlight pagoda also frowned. They could feel the energy changes in the space of UE, but they could not see the specific situation. So they were very worried about the current situation. Die, ha 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 ha. Sink into oblivion. No matter how strong you are, you don't have the slightest chance of winning against my demon fox form. I'm not afraid to tell you, my current strength is a celestial realm expert. Unless you're also a celestial realm expert. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to survive under my hands. Ha ha ha, goodbye. After you die, I'll enjoy everything you have. Your woman, your friends, your martial arts, everything will belong to me. The huge claws pressed down fiercely, and the demon fox wanted to trample Ling Xiao into meat paste, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to turn the situation around. However, just when he was excited, suddenly Ling Xiao, who was under his feet, broke out of the ground. Boom! With a loud boom, Ling Xiao floated in the air, and strange black circles faintly appeared in his eyes. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao still used the Book of Seals. Ancient Ship King was released by him and then merged into his body. Chapter 625. At this moment, Ling Xiao temporarily possessed the combat strength of the Ancient Ship King. There was no other way. Facing a Heaven Realm expert, no matter how powerful his combat skills were or how rich his combat experience was, it was meaningless. In front of powerful strength, skills would become insignificant. Unless the difference in strength between the two sides was not too big. Demon Fox, you've wasted one of my cards. That really pisses me off. But it doesn't matter. After you die, I'll remember to seal it. In any case, you're now a one-line sky expert. I won't lose out. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes and looked at Demon Fox. His current situation was similar to Hiling Possession. However, Hiling Possession was controlled by Hiling. And now, he was controlling his own body and Hiling's ability. Book of Seals? How did you get that thing? Demon Fox had obviously heard of it. Hearing Ling Xiao's words and seeing the huge changes in Ling Xiao's body, if he wasn't too stupid, he would naturally understand what had happened. And I was lucky, so I got it. To be honest, if I didn't have this thing, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you today. But now, the situation has reversed. Ling Xiao smiled. under the temporary celestial realm, he could feel that the ancient hell dragon martial soul had become even more powerful. Just the aura released made Demon Fox tremble. Impossible! That's not a black dragon martial spirit. A black dragon martial spirit isn't that strong. Demon Fox took a step back, terrified. He didn't even have the heart to fight. Run! At that moment, Demon Fox only thought of running. At this moment, he understood that he had lost the best opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. No matter how Ling Xiao obtained the Book of Seals, he was no longer a match for Ling Xiao. The stronger the monster, the more they could feel danger approaching. He decided to put this matter aside for now. When he fully recovered his strength, he would come back to take revenge on Ling Xiao. Anyway, he didn't lose anything. It was just a pity that he couldn't get Ling Xiao's things. Run? You think you can escape? Ling Xiao disdainfully sneered. The black dragon shadow covered the entire feather space. Not only did it block the view of the outside world, but it also blocked the path of the Demon Fox. Since he had used the Book of Seals, there was no way he would let the nine-tailed fox escape. Primordial golden dragon form. In an instant, Ling Xiao transformed into the immemorial golden dragon. His body was even larger than the demonic fox. His claws slammed down on the demonic fox's head, causing the gigantic demonic fox to feel dizzy. Then he continued to release the heavenly dragon divine finger, riddling the demon fox's body with thousands of holes. At the same level, the demon fox was completely unable to be Ling Xiao's match. So, you're the one who revived the ancient golden dragon. If this matter gets out, you're dead meat. The demon fox's life force was very tenacious. It was already riddled with holes, but it was only a serious injury. There were no signs of death. Is it fun? I can show you something even more interesting. Ling Xiao sneered. An image of the mountain, river, world gradually appeared behind him. The immemorial hell dragon sword in the image of the mountain river world. The terrifying mountain river will firmly fixed the demon fox. Not only was it unable to move, it was also unable to release any of its aura. Mountain river martial spirit. It's actually the mountain river martial spirit. The demon fox was completely shocked. I didn't expect it. So many people are killing each other to find the mountain river martial spirit. It's a tragic sight. And this thing is actually in your hands, in the hands of a puny human. Hateful, right? Then you can die with hatred in your heart. Seal. The reason why Ling Xiao did not kill the demon fox was because he wanted to seal it. His ancient Boat King card could only be used once. After it was used up, the card would become blank and could be used to seal other things. After keeping the sealing card and Book of Seals, Ling Xiao returned to his original appearance. As for the ancient Boat King, he could only put it into the mountain river world and slowly study it. Other than the little butterfly, the other creatures that were put into the mountain river world could no longer appear in their physical forms. Once they appeared, they could only be martial spirits. The same went for the ancient Boat King. Although it was a pity, the ancient Boat King had completed its duty and helped Ling Xiao defeat the powerful nine-tailed demon fox. There are gains and losses. Worrying about gains and losses was not Ling Xiao's style. With the ancient Boat King, the imperial advisor Black Spirit that was placed in the mountain river world could be given to the immemorial golden dragon to enjoy as food. After all, the immemorial golden dragon still had a long way to go before it could fully recover. Only one dragon scale had lit up. It was still too early. Who won? The smoke gradually dissipated. The nervous people stared at the desperation tower behind the smoke. The one standing there was Ling Xiao. He won. Ling Xiao won. Wu Xiang stood up excitedly. at that moment. Not only could he not see the situation inside, he could not even sense the aura. Therefore, he was very anxious. From the looks of it, everything was over. Ling Xiao had won. That's great. Master, Ling Xiao won. Dai Yuling and Lan Yu hugged each other. Leng Hao, Shangguan Lei, Zhao Ji, and now Zhao Ci all revealed excited expressions. However, on the other side, the flame deity was grief-stricken. How is this possible? This is impossible. How could Ling Xiao win? He could not believe this fact, because he knew how terrifying the demon fox was. The demon fox could fully display the strength of a celestial. How could it die in the hands of Ling Xiao? It must be the moonlight heavenly maiden who helped behind the scenes. Just now, we couldn't see the situation inside, nor could we hear the sounds inside. In the end, we couldn't even sense the aura. Thinking of the moonlight heavenly maiden's appearance that day, Chang Yueli said with certainty, "Hateful. I risked losing a genius disciple and let the demon fox control Ming Tian's body. Who would have thought that in the end, it was all for nothing?" The flame deity was completely dumbfounded. Looks like we can only do it outside. In the sect, that kid has the protection of Wu Xiang and the moonlight heavenly maiden. We can't deal with him at all. Let's do it during the Four Sects tournament. Chang Yueli gritted her teeth. She was an old fellow after all. Although she did not dare to believe it, she could still maintain some calmness. Let's go. Chang Yueli turned into a stream of light and left. Then Chang Yueying, Elder Jean, the flame deity by Feifei, Tantai Lingzi, and the others followed closely behind. Ling Xiao also did not have the intention to challenge Tantai Lingzi. After the battle with the demon fox, his vitality was greatly damaged. Although he looked fine now, he really did not have the confidence to defeat Tantai Lingzi. If he lost, then he would be a fool. When Tantai Lingzi saw that Ling Xiao killed the demon fox and did not seem to be injured at all, she was very afraid. Naturally, she would not take the initiative to challenge him. Thus, the ranking battle of the top 10 core disciples ended just like that. Chapter 626. Because Bai Feifei's cultivation had been sealed, she had been removed from the top 10 core disciples list. Lan Yu, Tantai Lingzi, Leng Hao, Ling Xiao, and Dai Yuling were in the top 5. Because Yu Renming and Meng Yuan had been killed by Ling Xiao, Shangguan Lei was lucky enough to be ranked 6th. Ranked 7th and 8th were the original 2 core disciples. Zhao Ji was ranked 9th, and Li Zonghao was ranked 10th. Looking at the bottom 5, the strength of the top 10 core disciples was not as strong as before. However, looking at the top 5, the situation was the opposite. The current strength of the top 10 core disciples was only stronger than before. After obtaining 4th place, killing Ming Tian, and sealing Bai Feifei's cultivation, Ling Zhao's plan was 90% complete. Now, he only had to deal with Tantai Lingzi. However, he was already quite satisfied. Tantai Lingzi would be killed sooner or later. In any case, he and that woman were like fire and water. It was impossible for them to reconcile. When he and Wu Xiang left the Desperation Tower, there were still many disciples discussing the ranking of the top 10 core disciples. It's a pity that Ling Xiao doesn't seem to plan on continuing to challenge. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a problem for him to obtain 1st place. Yeah, although I couldn't see clearly what happened inside, that terrifying true yuan fluctuation was definitely close to the heaven realm. It was too strong. AI, it seems that if we want to know Ling Zhao's true strength, we can only wait for the results of the 4-faction martial competition. Yeah, I reckon that our Yuehua school will shine in the 4-faction martial competition this time. Ling Xiao could no longer hear these kinds of discussions. After obtaining the status of a core disciple, Ling Xiao still had to fulfill his promise to Grandmaster Bai Yun. he had to bring Bai Feifei to the Divine Sword sect. Senior Marshal Brother Wu, this is what happened. Bai Feifei's cultivation is now almost crippled. I reckon that Chang Yueli won't fall out with you because of her. I plan to bring her back to see Grandmaster Bai Yun to settle this matter. In Wu Xiang's residence, Ling Xiao was actually sitting face to face with him. There was no difference in status between them. In Ling Xiao's eyes, Wu Xiang was still the same senior brother who was always willing to help others. Leave this to me. What else do you have to say? We might as well do it together. Wu Xiang smiled and said, and there is indeed something I need to do. I need to make some purple lightning shocking world scrolls, which require a lot of materials. I also need to refine some best quality true elemental dawn, which also require a lot of materials. I will have to trouble you to help me issue a sect mission. Ling Xiao didn't hold back at all. It would be too much of a waste of time for him to do this kind of small matter himself. If he gave the mission to the sect, not only would it allow the sect disciples to train more, but it would also create opportunities for the sect disciples to earn spirit stones. Why not? As he spoke, he gave Wu Xiang a list and said, collect as many of these things as you can. I want them all. So many. This is not cheap. Do you need me to help you pay some low-grade spirit stones? Wu Xiang asked. There's no need for that. At my current stage, low-grade spirit stones are basically useless for cultivation. They are just ordinary currency. I have at least 1 million low-grade spirit stones on me. Just issue the mission. I won't let the sect suffer a loss because of me. Ling Xiao smiled and said, the things he obtained in the Moonlight Pagoda were not just spirit stones on the surface. It was just that the low-grade spirit stones were too low-grade, so the Moonlight Pagoda didn't mention it during the feedback. All right, since that's the case, leave this matter to me. I will personally take care of this matter. I definitely won't let you down. Wu Xiang nodded and said, to Wu Xiang, Ling Xiao was not only the future hope of the Yuehua school, but also his savior. Therefore, his attitude towards Ling Xiao had always been very good. There was no doubt about this. He generally wouldn't object to the things that Ling Xiao asked him to do. There's nothing else for the time being. However, I'll be in Tianfeng City for a long time this time. Is there any problem? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course there's no problem. You're now a core disciple and receive the same treatment as an inner sect elder. Going out for a year or two is no problem. However, the 4-sect martial competition is coming soon. You better hurry back before then. Otherwise, I won't be able to face you. Wu Xiang smiled and said, don't worry, that's for sure. I still want to use the 4-sect martial competition to check out the other sections. Ling Xiao nodded and said, oh, right. Are there any missions near Tianfeng City for me to do? Since I'm going back, I'll help the sect complete them. It can be considered as helping you solve your problems. There really is. Wu Xiang frowned and said, there's a high difficulty mission that's close to level 10. Only half-step heavenly venerables can complete it. However, Lan Yu, and Tantai Lingzi don't have any plans to take it. Since you want to take it, I'll leave it to you. It's actually level 10. Interesting. What's the content? Ling Xiao asked. The content of the mission is relatively simple. You just have to scout for information. However, because Tianfeng City is close to the Sacred Dynasty's border, the possibility of encountering danger is very high. You must be careful. Wu Xiang reminded, this mission was issued by Northern Han. It's said that a mysterious force has appeared in the sea near Tianfeng City. Although this force hasn't yet posed a threat to Northern Han or the Sacred Dynasty, it's too mysterious and makes people feel uneasy. Therefore, we need someone to scout it out. It's actually in the sea. Yes, Their area of activity is in a certain sea region. It's hard to pinpoint their exact location. I must remind you that the Beast King Palace and the Sword King sect have also sent people to scout for information. However, they all mysteriously disappeared and never returned. Wu Xiang continued, "If you encounter danger, I hope you don't act rashly. Protecting yourself is the most important thing." Senior Brother Wu, I don't have any special skills. However, I'm very good at running away. You can rest assured. No matter what kind of ghost it is, I'll pull it out. Ling Xiao smiled. When he thought about how this force was close to Tianfeng City's Divine Sword sect, he couldn't help but worry. Whether it was friend or foe, he had to find out. Otherwise, if something happened, it might be too late. Remember, you don't have to take action. You just have to scout out their situation. The more detailed, the better. Wu Xiang added. He understood Ling Xiao very well. He was simply a battle maniac. When encountering a battle, he wouldn't even care about his life. Therefore, he naturally had to remind Ling Xiao of this matter in advance. Don't worry. Although he said that, Ling Xiao was secretly laughing. If it was possible, he would naturally take action and destroy this so-called mysterious force. What was the point of leaving it alive? Before leaving the sect, Ling Xiao went to see the Moon Maiden. Brat, you're really good. You actually managed to destroy the nine-tailed demon fox. When I heard about it, I was a little surprised. The Moon Maiden said with a smile. She actually had some doting thoughts towards Ling Xiao. Chapter 627. Sister Moon Maiden, when I leave the sect, I'll have to trouble you to take care of a few of my friends. Right now, Changyu Li, Changyu Yingjin, and the Flame Deity have already formed an alliance. On the surface, they seem to be well behaved, but who knows what they're up to behind the scenes? Ling Xiao smiled. He wasn't worried about himself at all, but he was still worried about his friends. Leave this to me. Right now, if these people obediently pledge their loyalty to the Yuehua school, they can still keep their lives. Otherwise, I'll personally eliminate them. The Moon Maiden nodded her head. With Sister's words, I'm relieved. However, it would be a pity if you killed them. I still want to personally compete with them. Ling Xiao laughed. Your ambition is really not small. However, with your ability, it won't take long. I'll try my best to keep them for you. The Moon Maiden nodded her head. Sister Moon Maiden, I'm leaving now. Aren't you going to send me off? After finishing his business, Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a devilish smile. Bo! The Moon Maiden's face flushed red as she kissed Ling Xiao's forehead. Then she quickly moved away and said angrily, Are you satisfied now, little pervert? Why don't we do it again? You're too fast. I didn't even feel it. Ling Xiao giggled. Scram. Sister, let's meet again in a while. Amidst his laughter, Ling Xiao tore through the air and left. Basically, he had thrown all the valuable and useful things into the Mountain River world and his storage ring. Therefore, there was no need for him to return to his cave. He directly rushed out of the sect. Less than 2 hours after Ling Xiao left the sect, the Sword King sect sent an official invitation to the 4 sects martial arts competition. The upper echelons of the sect gathered together. This time, it's interesting. Other than the Divine Sword sect, who only has 2 spots, our 3 sects have actually increased their spots by 1, from 4 to 5. Seeing the invitation, Wu Xiang revealed a smile. If there were only 4 spots, then Dai Yuling wouldn't be able to participate. It would be a loss. After all, exchanging pointers with the disciples of other sects was very beneficial to the improvement of one's cultivation base. Why is there another person? Could it be that the number of talents in the Sword King sect has increased? Golden Light asked with a frown. That should be the case. I heard that in this trial, 5 disciples from the Sword King sect obtained martial spirit inheritances. 2 of them obtained immemorial inheritances. They are not inferior to Tantai Lingzi and Dai Yuling. Wu Xiang had done some research. The Beast King Palace is not bad either. 6 of their disciples have obtained martial spirit inheritances. 3 of them have obtained immemorial inheritances. They are even stronger than the Sword King sect. It's all Ling Zhao's fault. If it weren't for Ling Zhao's interference, there would definitely be more than just 4 disciples who would obtain the inheritance. Elder Jean coldly snorted. Nonsense. If they didn't go against Ling Zhao, how could they have been eliminated? At the end of the day, he's just asking for trouble. Golden Light cursed. That's enough. This isn't the place to quarrel. Wu Xiang waved his hand and said, "What's the use of having more disciples? Strength is the way of the king. Just Ling Zhao alone is equivalent to 5 of their disciples." It was obvious that this 4-sect martial competition was more difficult than they had imagined. However, Wu Xiang seemed to be very confident in Ling Zhao. He had placed all his bets on Ling Zhao. Tianfeng City. The first rays of the morning sun shone over the entire city. The people who had rested for the night had already begun their day of work. At this moment, a figure quietly landed in the city. It did not attract the attention of the martial artists guarding the city. His figure was well-proportioned, and he was very tall. His black hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes emitted a strange black and gold light. He gave off a mysterious feeling. Looks like the Divine Sword sect has developed well. Tianfeng City has been rebuilt from the ruins and is even more prosperous than before. Even the martial artists guarding the gate are at the 6th level of the martial vein realm. Ling Zhao couldn't help but be surprised. One must know that when the Divine Sword sect was just established, a 6th level martial vein realm martial artist was an extremely rare existence in Tianfeng City. But now they could only guard the gate. As compared to the previous time when Ling Zhao returned to Tianfeng City, other than his aura becoming even more mysterious, there weren't any other changes. But even so, walking on the streets, very few people were able to recognize him. Bai Feifei was directly thrown into the beast ring, although this woman kept protesting. But Ling Zhao totally ignored her. As he walked towards the Divine Sword sect, Ling Zhao was surprised to discover that the Divine Sword sect's sect protection array was actually activated today. Moreover, there were many youngsters dressed in different attire who were accompanied by their companions as they walked into the Divine Sword sect. Could there be some event? Ling Zhao walked a few steps forward puzzledly. When he got closer, he heard some people discussing. This time the Divine Sword sect is recruiting disciples from the outside. Many talented practitioners from other cities have come. Even Sky Cloud cities, people have come to learn from us. That's right. The Divine Sword sect is now the strongest sect under the 12 sects of the Sacred Dynasty. Moreover, they don't have any requirements for their disciples' cultivation. As long as they have the heart to learn martial arts and know how to work hard, they can come to be apprenticed. Of course, there are many people who came. I heard that the Divine Sword sect is going to take part in the 4 sects tournament in the East. It seems very powerful. Are all the practitioners in the 4 sects tournament at the 9th level martial vein realm? Stupid. What's the 9th level martial vein realm? The practitioners in the 4 sects tournament are definitely all in the transcendent realm. Hearing these people's discussions, Ling Zhao roughly understood that the Divine Sword sect's annual disciple recruitment ceremony was about to begin. Calculating the time, it seemed that he had left the Divine Sword sect for a year. The current him, according to the nominal age, was already 15 years old. Following the crowd into the Divine Sword sect, Ling Zhao didn't say anything. He was also a little interested in what the Divine Sword sect's disciple recruitment ceremony was like. After all, this was his own sect. This kind of feeling was completely different from when he was in the Yuehua school. It was a very intimate feeling, a feeling of being connected by flesh and blood. The so-called disciple recruitment ceremony was a little similar to the Yuehua school's situation in the past. First, they had to check the disciples' aptitude. Then, they had to check their various qualities. Finally, they had to fight. Ling Xiao was really idle. He watched from the beginning to the end. It was as if he had vaguely returned to the time when he joined the Yuehua school. Just as the disciple recruitment ceremony was about to end, the Divine Sword sect's door was suddenly kicked open. Two people came in from the outside, one old and one young. The young man sneered in front of everyone and said loudly, "I heard that your Divine Sword sect is the #1 sect under the 12 sects of the Sacred Dynasty. Today, I see that it's only SOSO. Today, this young master has come to challenge your Divine Sword sect. If you lose, the Divine Sword sect's name will be gone." The young man who spoke was actually at the peak of the 9th level martial vein realm. This was considered the strongest among the secular sections. If you want to challenge us, we welcome you. But if you want to cause trouble, our Divine Sword sect is not easy to bully. Chapter 628. The first to stand up to the provocation was actually Ling Zhao's younger brother, Ling Luo. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, but Ling Xiao had given Ling Luo a lot of cultivation materials. Not to mention that Ling Luo's aptitude wasn't bad. Even if he was an idiot, his current cultivation shouldn't be bad. Ling Luo didn't disappoint Ling Xiao. His current cultivation was the same as the young man who came to provoke him, peak 9th layer martial vein realm. In the current Divine Sword sect, Transcendent Realm cultivators were no longer just legends. Grandmaster Bai Yun, Transcendent Realm 3rd layer. Ling Xiao Tian, Transcendent Realm 1st layer. Ling Wuhen, Transcendent Realm 2nd layer. Ling Yiheng, Transcendent Realm 3rd layer. These were the 4 Transcendent Realm cultivators of the Divine Sword sect. Of course, they couldn't compare to the 12 sects. After all, with such a cultivation, they would only be at the bottom of the inner sect. But to have made such great progress in just a short year, this was a very remarkable thing. These 4 people were currently present, but they had no intention of fighting. Using transcendence to bully martial vein realm cultivators was giving the other side too much face. In addition to the 4 of them, Ling Shuang, Ling Zhan, and Ling Luo had all reached the peak 9th layer martial vein realm and weren't far from breaking through to the transcendent realm. Since the one who attacked was a martial vein realm cultivator, the one who stood up should also be a martial vein realm cultivator. This way, if they won, they would be able to intimidate the other side even more. Ling Luo, there's no need to show mercy. Since someone dares to provoke the Divine Sword sect, let's teach them a lesson. Ling Zhan said with a smile, "If you don't think it's enough, let me do it. Of course I won't show mercy. I want to use this opportunity to break through to the transcendent realm. That way, I'll be closer to Big Brother." Ling Luo also used a sword. Even the martial arts he learned were exactly the same as Ling Zhao's. This child completely regarded Ling Xiao as his idol, imitating Ling Zhao's every move. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to stop him. After all, it wasn't good to draw a tiger, but instead a dog. However, he later discovered that Ling Luo's talent in martial arts was not inferior to his. His understanding of the sword had even reached his level. Putting aside the mountain and river martial spirit, this brat really had the same demeanor as he did back then. Because of this, he did not stop him. Instead, he passed on all his cultivation experiences and martial arts to his younger brother. In the process of Ling Luo's cultivation, he had a new understanding of his martial spirit. Therefore, the power and method of using the same martial skill had gradually changed, and he now possessed his own brand. arrogant. The young man who barged into the divine sword sect sneered and continued to press forward. Ling Luo did not move. He just stood there with his sword in hand, as if he didn't see the other party's attack. It wasn't until the opponent was about a meter away from him that Ling Luo suddenly attacked. This sword was extremely fast. It pierced the young man's throat and killed him on the spot. This kind of trash dares to provoke the divine sword sect. His death is not worth pitying. Ling Luo lightly shook off the blood on his sword and coldly snorted. This kid's expression was exactly the same as Ling Zhao's in the past. Well done, Ling Luo! Ling Zhan shouted excitedly. The current divine sword sect was indeed different from the past. It wasn't a place where cats and dogs could bully just because they wanted to. Bastard, you actually dared to kill my junior brother. The old man who came with the young man was furious. He crazily circulated his true essence and erupted with an astonishing aura. Oh, he's actually at the 5th level of the transcendent realm. This isn't good. Ling Xiao frowned. He had a feeling that this old man and young man who came to the divine sword sect to cause trouble weren't from northern Han. Although the young man was killed by Ling Luo in a single strike, Ling Xiao was still able to see some clues from his moves. He clearly had a completely different path from the northern Han cultivators. Peng, Ling Luo, who was closest to the old man, was directly sent flying by the violent aura. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Ling Xiao did not block it. He could see that this wasn't enough to kill Ling Luo. At most, it would make him suffer a little. Young people shouldn't have things go too smoothly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they encountered any difficulties. As long as Ling Luo didn't die, he wouldn't easily make a move. On the stage, Grandmaster Bai Yun, Ling Xiaotian, Ling Wuheng, and Ling Yiheng jumped down. Since it was a transcendent realm cultivator who came to cause trouble, they naturally had to act. The others definitely couldn't. The 4 of you come together. Since you dared to kill my junior brother, I'll bury everyone from the divine sword sect with him. The old man was furious. His face was covered with red veins, looking extremely terrifying. Be careful. This person's strength is very strong. The 4 of us together may not be his match. You absolutely can't underestimate him. Grandmaster Bai Yun stared at his opponent and reminded. Yes. Then, the 4 of them pounced at the same time and joined forces to deal with this provocative cultivator. Peng. Only one move. Only one sound. The 4 of them were sent back the same way they pounced. However, the situation wasn't good. Although it couldn't be said that they were defeated, they were repelled with one move. For the divine sword sect, their face wasn't good. This divine sword sect isn't as powerful as the rumors say. Just one person came and took care of their 4 masters. I'm starting to wonder if I'll have to stay in the divine sword sect to cultivate. This is too shameful. That's right. That Ling Wuheng is the sect master of the divine sword sect, right? Why is he so weak? The failure of the 4 masters brought about a huge negative effect. This caused many young geniuses who were originally full of confidence in the divine sword sect to have doubts. You're right. The divine sword sect is a trash sect. Everyone in the divine sword sect is trash. The old man laughed loudly, looking very arrogant. His aura was also getting stronger. Is that so? A voice rang out in the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. Brother, Supreme Sect Master, Brother Ling Xiao. Voices of surprise rose one after another. The last time Ling Xiao came back, he helped the Divine Sword Sect to repel the Sword King Sect. This time, he actually encountered such a thing again. However, it shouldn't happen again in the future. Ling Xiao prepared to place the Land of Dragons in the Divine Sword Sect and let Long Chun take charge. If he added the five-faced monster, even the experts of the 12 sects, as long as they weren't in the heaven realm, would have to think twice before coming here to look for trouble. Of course, this time, Ling Xiao had to gain face for the Divine Sword sect. Others said that he was trash. How could he remain indifferent? Who is that young man? I heard that he is the supreme sect master of the Divine Sword sect. His power is even greater than the sect master, Long Wuheng. His whereabouts are very mysterious. Impossible. He's so young. Could it be that he has regained his youth? No, I heard that he's around 14 or 15 years old. It's just that he's a heavenly talent and is stronger than ordinary people. Seeing Ling Xiao, the geniuses who had lost confidence in the Divine Sword sect, suddenly became excited. Originally, they thought that the legendary Supreme Sect Master was just a legend. They didn't expect to see him with their own eyes today. Although the Supreme Sect Master's appearance couldn't be seen clearly, he was standing there, so it shouldn't be wrong. Chapter 629. You're not his opponent. Just leave it to me. Ling Xiao looked at Grandmaster Bai Yun and the others with a smile. Although these people's strength had improved a lot, it had only been a short time. As the Supreme Sect Master, he usually didn't care about the internal affairs of the sect, but since he had returned, he had to solve this problem for them. Hearing that Ling Xiao was going to take action, everyone in the Divine Sword sect, including those who had come to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony, was a little excited. Most of them were looking forward to it. Of course, there were also some who were skeptical. After all, Ling Xiao was too young. Could he really face a fifth heavenly layer transcendent realm master? The old man also noticed Ling Xiao and couldn't help frowning. Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest fluctuation of true qi, as if he was just an ordinary person. But the more this was the case, the more he didn't dare to underestimate him. Usually this kind of person didn't take action, but once they did, it would be like thunder. However, even though he took this seriously, he wasn't willing to admit defeat. Little brat, you haven't even grown your hair yet you're already trying to stand up for injustice? I advise you to retreat quickly. Otherwise you'll die here and regret it. Ling Xiao smiled lightly, as gentle as a spring breeze. He didn't have the slightest murderous intent, let alone how strong he was. But this ordinary smile made the old man tense up, his muscles tensing as he pushed his true qi to its limit. Asterisk Honglong. Asterisk powerful true essence spread out. Some people who were too close were directly knocked unconscious by this true essence. It's not easy to cultivate to the fifth heavenly layer of the transcendent realm. But since you haven't caused too much harm, I can give you a chance. Leave the money to repair the gate, then take that corpse and scram. Ling Xiao looked at the old man indifferently and said, I'll give you 10 breaths of time. After that, you'll also become a corpse. Wow, so cool. Facing a transcendent realm cultivator, he's actually so calm. Ling Shuang's eyes lit up like a love-struck fool. Ahem, Shuang, didn't you say you liked me? Ling Zhan said, awkwardly. Humph, even if I like you, can't I have an idol? Look at how impressive Ling Xiao is. Back then, he was just an insignificant disciple of the Ling family. The two of us had never even heard of his name. Now he has actually grown into a peerless expert. Ling Shuang sighed. That's right, this brat is too strange. For him to become the supreme sect leader, I, Ling Zhan, am full of admiration. Ling Zhan also nodded his head. There are still 6 breaths of time left. Old man, I came back to visit my family this time. I don't want to stain my hands with blood. You better not force me. Ling Xiao glanced at the old man and continued to calculate the time in his heart. Brat, don't try to bluff. There's no need for 10 breaths. This old man will take your dog life right now. Everyone had their own pride, and this old man was no exception. In front of so many people, how could he be scared away by a few words from Ling Xiao? If he really ran away, he would lose face. He came here in such a grand manner to look for trouble. In the end, he didn't do anything to others, but left a corpse here and ran away. This was too embarrassing. There are still 3 breaths of time left. Ling Xiao didn't care what the old man thought. The painting, he had said, would not change. Go to hell. The old man roared and directly pounced towards Ling Xiao, intending to kill Ling Xiao. His hands were also covered with red blood vessels. It was very strange. Supreme Sect Leader, be careful! Someone couldn't help but shout. This was because the old man's speed was too fast, and the power of his attack was too strong. However, Ling Xiao still stood at the same spot. With a slight movement of his body, the old man's attack deviated and hit the side. There's still 1 breath of time left. When the old man heard this voice, he was scared out of his wits. He had already used all his strength in his previous attack. He thought that he had to teach this brat a lesson before leaving. But who would have thought that his full-strength attack would be dodged so easily? At this moment, he only thought of running for his life. So, he used his movement skill and ignored the young man's corpse on the ground, turning around to flee. 10 breaths of time has passed. You missed the best opportunity. Ling Xiao looked at the old man in the air and sneered. Then, his aura suddenly soared as he opened his mouth and roared. The old man fell to the ground like a fainted bird. This was after Ling Xiao showed mercy. Otherwise, he would have been directly blasted into meat paste. A cultivator at the 5th heavenly layer of the transcendent realm, a godlike existence in the eyes of secular cultivators, was actually knocked unconscious just like that. Everyone was dumbfounded. He didn't even move his hand. He just roared once. Just how powerful was he? Ling Xiao approached the old man and waved his hand, causing a raindrop to fall on the old man's face, waking him up. You can't kill me, the old man suddenly shouted. Oh, interesting. Why can't I kill you? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. The reason why he didn't kill the old man directly was because he felt that there was something strange about this old man and young man. He wanted to clarify things, but he didn't expect the old man to take the initiative to confess. If you kill me, the Divine Sword Sect will definitely be destroyed. I'm not joking, the old man said with a ferocious expression. Even now, you still dare to threaten me? Ling Xiao sneered. In the past, when his cultivation was not as strong as it was now, he had killed many people from the Sword King Sect and Beast King Palace. He didn't believe that the force behind this old man could be stronger than the 12 sects. Kacha, a dignified transcendent realm 5th layer master, had actually been slapped to death by Ling Xiao's palm. Even Grandmaster Bai Yun couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. This disciple of mine is really overbearing. Among the crowd, a young man's face was gloomy and ugly, but he didn't show any signs of suspicion and just silently thought to himself, Divine Sword Sect. Ling Xiao, I'll remember this. You actually killed 2 of my senior brothers. Our island master won't forgive you. After the apprenticeship ceremony ended, the young man left Tianfeng City with the others who weren't accepted and headed towards the Dragon Gate port. Ling Xiao followed Grandmaster Bai Yun and the others into the sect, then introduced the Golden Dragon's descendant Long Chen and the Silver Dragon Lin Bei to everyone. Long Chen's current strength was at the peak of the 7th layer transcendent realm. Lin Bei was at the peak of the 8th layer transcendent realm, coupled with the 5-faced monster. The Divine Sword Sect was simply impregnable. After that, Ling Xiao directly handed Bai Feifei over to Grandmaster Bai Yun and let him deal with the relationship between father and daughter. Ling Xiao was too lazy to care about this trivial matter. Supreme Sect Master, The details of that old man and young man have been investigated. Ling Wuhan was now facing Ling Xiao with a respectful look. Oh, what's their background? Ling Xiao asked. They're disciples from Whale Island, about 20 nautical miles away from the Dragon Gate port. The Whale Island master is said to be very terrifying. His strength is the strongest in the entire northern Han country. Ling Wuhan replied. Chapter 630. Whale Island Master. Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. According to Ling Wuhan's words, this Whale Island was most likely related to the sect mission he had accepted. It was a force on the sea, and its approximate location was very close to the mission's target area. It seemed like he really had to make a trip there. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao no longer thought about this matter. Instead, he went to guide Ling Luo, Ling Shuang, Ling Zhan, and the others in their martial arts. He also arranged Long Chen's position in the Divine Sword sect. Long Chen was finally appointed as the Divine Sword sect's guardian. His position was higher than the elders, and he didn't need to manage the sect's affairs. He was only responsible for the sect's safety and could cultivate in peace. Lin Bei was appointed as the Grand Elder and oversaw the Divine Sword sect together with Master Baiyun. Most of the things went smoothly. However, there was one thing that made Ling Xiao frown. That was his grandfather, Hong Qi, had disappeared. Before Hong Qi left, he left a letter saying that he had something important to do, and that Ling Xiao shouldn't worry. However, he didn't mention the details in the letter. Brother, when grandfather left, he said that he thought he would be a cripple for the rest of his life. However, after seeing brother's success, he suddenly felt that he might be able to fight again. Therefore, he decided to leave. Ling Luo added, Cripple? Fight again? Right, grandfather seemed to have mentioned something about a gate. Heaven's chosen gate. Ling Xiao exclaimed, Yes, it's the Heaven's chosen gate. Brother, you know about it. Ling Xiao was really shocked. Could it be that Hong Qi had also been near the Heaven's chosen gate? Sigh, I hope grandfather can be safe. No matter how powerful he was in the past, he was just an ordinary person now. I really hope nothing happens to him. He sighed helplessly. Hong Qi had left without saying goodbye. He must have made up his mind. He couldn't stop the old man from choosing the path he wanted to take. I don't know much about the Heaven's chosen gate. In short, it's a very mysterious place. Moreover, it's also a very dangerous place. Once your cultivation reaches a certain level, you'll know. Ling Xiao patted Ling Luo's head and smiled. Ling Luo's eyes were filled with determination. With Ling Xiao as his role model, Ling Luo really didn't plan on slacking off. Ling Xiao had always been brooding over the Hong Qi incident. However, his cultivation was too weak, so he could only inquire about information within the scope of his abilities. This made him even more eager to improve his strength. Without reaching the heaven realm, one did not even have the qualifications to go to the divine Phoenix continent. Let's hurry to the 4 sects martial arts competition. Maybe I'll be able to learn something from it. That night, Ling Xiao discussed with the upper echelons of the Divine Sword sect about the disciples participating in the 4-sect martial competition. In the end, they decided to let Ling Wuhan and Ling Yihang participate. Although Long Chen was stronger, Ling Xiao felt that there was no need to expose the Divine Sword sect's trump card so early. In any case, in the eyes of others, the Divine Sword sect was just going to be a bystander. Even if they lost, it wouldn't be a big deal. This would instead arouse the passion of the entire Divine Sword sect for cultivation. Ling Wuhan was only in his 20s, while Ling Yihang was only a little older than Ling Xiao. Therefore, the two of them met the requirements to participate. That night, Ling Xiao helped Ling Wuhan and Ling Yihang open their meridians and gave each of them a high-grade gold-grade martial art. Although he also had a top-grade gold-grade martial art. The two of them were temporarily unable to cultivate it with their cultivation. Even with his help, it was still impossible. A high-grade gold-grade martial art was already good enough. For the entire night, he guided the two of them in their cultivation. Ling Luo, Ling Shuang, and Ling Zhan also observed from the side, occasionally asking questions. As for the other disciples of the Divine Sword sect, with Lin Bei and Long Chun guiding them, he didn't need to worry about them. According to your current progress, the two of you should be able to reach the 5th heavenly layer of the transcendent realm by the time of the 4-sect martial competition. Now go into seclusion. Feel free to use the pills and spirit fruits in the sect. After saying this, Ling Xiao stood up and prepared to leave. He still had a sect mission to complete. Now that the matter with the Divine Sword sect was settled, it was time to leave. However, what he didn't expect was that just as he stood up, a piece of news came from outside. The Whale Island Master is leading his Whale Island disciples towards Tianfeng City. They are coming in an aggressive manner. It seems like they are here to cause trouble. Hearing this news, the people of Tianfeng City were in a state of panic. Many people were packing their luggage, preparing to escape. At the city gate, it was simply too crowded. It seemed like the Divine Sword sect hadn't done a good enough job. So much so that the people of Tianfeng City didn't have much confidence in the Divine Sword sect. They were actually so afraid of any random cat or dog that came. Ling Wuhan, Ling Yihang, the two of you are in seclusion. Don't worry. Grand Master Bai Yun is disciplining his daughter and doesn't have time. The rest of you, follow me to the city gate. Ling Xiao decided to meet the Whale Island Master. This was also a great opportunity for the Divine Sword sect to display their might. Therefore, Long Chun, Lin Bei, and the others had to take action. At the eastern city gate, facing the Dragon Gate harbor, almost everyone was fleeing outside. Even those who stayed in the city were in a state of panic. Suddenly, a voice rang in the sky. It was as loud as thunder. Citizens of Tianfeng City, don't be afraid. This is the Divine Sword sect's territory. No matter who comes, the Divine Sword sect will block them for you. Ling Zhao's words apparently didn't have many people who believed it, but everyone was still half believing and half doubting. Adding on to the dust flying in the distance, a large group of people were rushing over. Even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. So those who had already reached the city gate all retreated back into the city to watch the Divine Sword sect, hoping for a miracle to happen. I heard that the Whale Island Master was transformed from a huge whale. He has immense strength. There was once a practitioner who was at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein realm who was eaten by him in one bite. I heard that too. Even the experts sent by General Lin say couldn't do anything to him. Can the Divine Sword sect do it? Could the Divine Sword sect be stronger than the Governor Manor? The current governor of Baiyun Province was Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe controlled the military and political power of Baiyun Province and severely suppressed the Blue Eyes clan and Ninja clan. He was deeply loved by the citizens of Baiyun Province. These people who were fleeing for their lives were actually heading to Sky Cloud City. In their hearts, the Divine Sword sect couldn't be compared to the Governor Manor. If the Governor Manor couldn't solve the problem, then the Divine Sword sect wouldn't be able to. Those who hurt my Whale Island disciples, scram out and accept your death. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, a black shadow swooped down towards Tianfeng City like a goshawk. His voice was like thunder, exploding in midair. Many cultivators and ordinary people felt a huge pressure coming over them. It was as if even breathing had become difficult. However, after this pressure passed through Ling Zhao's body, it quickly dissipated. The people standing behind and beside him instantly felt incomparably relaxed. This sect master was a little awesome. This divine sword sect was a little powerful. This was the truest thought in everyone's hearts. Ordinary people were like that. Whoever could protect them, they would naturally respect that person. Although they were a little fence-sitter, but they had to survive. Chapter 631. The eagle-like figure landed on the ground with a deafening crash, causing the entire city wall to shake a few times. Novel. Soon after, the army arrived in an aggressive manner. Ling Xiao, hurry up and come out to die. Do you really want me to destroy the entire Tianfeng city? The one standing at the front of the army should be the Whale Island Master. This person was tall and sturdy, standing at 5 to 6 meters tall. He held a trident in his hand and roared like a fiend. Do you need something from me? Ling Xiao stood on top of the city wall and looked at this big guy with a smile that wasn't a smile. There was a hint of ridicule on his face. When the big guy saw Ling Xiao, his expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. At this moment, Ling Xiao didn't hide his cultivation and fully displayed his early-stage transcendent realm 9th layer cultivation. However, this kind of aura could only be felt by cultivators of the transcendent realm. You're the Whale Island Master? Humph, I thought you were some amazing character. A mere peak transcendent realm 8th layer cultivation actually dares to cause trouble in Tianfeng City? Ling Xiao coldly snorted, and a powerful aura rushed towards the Whale Island Master. The Whale Island Master retreated again and looked at Ling Xiao in horror, roaring, "Brat, your cultivation is indeed higher than mine, but this is Northern Han, the territory of the Yuehua School. If you dare to touch me, the Yuehua School won't let you off." Yuehua School? Don't tell me you're a disciple of the Yuehua School. Ling Xiao had never heard of such a disciple in the Yuehua School. Although this island master isn't a disciple of the Yuehua School, Whale Island belongs to the Yuehua School and has to pay tribute every month. If something happens to Whale Island, the Yuehua School will definitely send experts over. The Whale Island Master said proudly. This is going to be difficult. Ling Xiao stroked his chin. Originally, he wanted to use a thunderous method to kill the invading Whale Island Master. However, since this person was someone from the Yuehua School, it wasn't appropriate for him to do so. Ha ha ha, are you afraid, kid? I won't make things difficult for you, as long as you compensate us with some spiritual stones and apologize to Whale Island. We won't owe each other anything. Whale Island's Island Master thought that Ling Xiao seemed to be in a difficult position because he thought that Ling Xiao was afraid. He immediately became complacent. However, he was still wary of Ling Xiao's strength, so he didn't dare to ask for too much. He just wanted to give himself a way out. Master, he killed 2 of my senior brothers. Is it over just like that? Beside him was the young man who had mingled in the Divine Sword Sect's disciple recruitment ceremony. He was also the one who told the Whale Island Master about what had happened here. Shut up! Whale Island Master shouted sternly. He was afraid that his disciple would provoke this expert in front of him. One must know that others would give face to the Yuehua School and not make an enemy out of you. However, if you went too far, there would still be ruthless people who would dare to destroy you and then flee. The Yuehua School wouldn't make a big fuss over a subsidiary sect. Afraid, Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Since when did a subsidiary sect of the Yuehua School dare to be rude to an official disciple of the Yuehua School? What? Whale Island Master wasn't a fool. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, how could he not understand what Ling Xiao meant? Sir, are you an inner disciple of the Yuehua School? Ling Xiao didn't explain. He just casually tossed out a token. It flickered in midair, and 4 words were engraved on it. Core disciple. Plop. Seeing these 4 words, Whale Island Master directly knelt on the ground, his body trembling with fear. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. He actually didn't make a move. Instead, he used a token to make Whale Island Master kneel. This was too amazing. This subordinate is a core disciple. I hope Senior Brotherling can forgive me. After saying that, Whale Island Master looked at Ling Xiao with fear, afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly kill him. Although he was only at the 8th level of the Transcendent Realm, if he provoked a core disciple of the Yuehua school, even if the core disciple was weaker than him, his entire Whale Island would be destroyed. A core disciple wasn't just a symbol of strength, but also a symbol of authority. If something happened to a core disciple, the Yuehua school would spare no expense to avenge the core disciple, unless they encountered an insurmountable difficulty. As for him, Whale Island Master, he didn't have the qualifications to provoke such a terrifying existence. This was like a county magistrate seeing a prince on an inspection tour. Unless he didn't want to live anymore, who would dare to provoke him? What's going on? I don't understand either. But it seems like the Divine Sword Sect Master is an incredible figure. Even that big demon is afraid of him. This is too strange. So we don't have to die. Die my ass. From the looks of it, with the Divine Sword Sect's protection, Sky Peak City will be safer than Sky Cloud City. Our Sky Peak City will probably become a treasure land in the future. Every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. The citizens of Sky Peak City were naturally overjoyed. The Divine Sword Sect's disciples were also extremely proud. Hurry up and get your men to scram. As for you, I still have some questions. You can leave after you're done. Ling Xiao said indifferently. This subordinate obeys. Whale Island's Island Master stood up and waved his hand behind him. The aggressive Whale Island disciples left the same way they had come, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Senior Brother Ling, do you have any questions? At this moment, Ling Xiao had already descended from the city tower and was outside the city with Whale Island Master. Did anything strange happen near Whale Island recently? Ling Xiao asked. Senior Brother Ling, are you here to complete the sex mission? Whale Island Master was enlightened. Yes, a strange foggy area has appeared on the sea recently. Once you enter, you won't be able to come out. It's extremely terrifying. To tell you the truth, there was once a practitioner with a similar cultivation level as Senior Brother who went in and didn't come out. Got it. Ling Xiao nodded indifferently. Senior Brother Ling, there's something that might upset you, but I still have to say it. Whale Island's Island Master said, solemnly. Say it. Your cultivation is too weak. According to the level of this mission, it's best for a half-step Heavenly Venerable to head in. Otherwise, you won't be able to come out alive. Whale Island Master said. He seemed to have something he couldn't say, but what he said was the truth. Ling Xiao was only at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer. To complete a 10-star mission was truly overestimating himself. Half-step, Heavenly Venerable, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. You don't have to worry about it. Since I accepted this mission, I can complete it. Do you think that the sect's upper echelons have better foresight than you? No, I wouldn't dare. Whale Island Master thought about it and agreed. Since the sect had sent Ling Xiao, it meant that Ling Xiao had a way to complete this mission. Otherwise, there was another possibility. Someone in the sect wanted Ling Xiao to disappear. But no matter which possibility it wasn't something a small character like him could interfere with. The only thing he could do was follow orders. Then, I wish Senior Brother Ling success. Whale Island Master said. Chapter 632. By the way, was it your idea for your disciple to cause trouble in the Divine Sword Sect? Why did you do that? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. I wouldn't dare to lie to senior brother Ling. This was an order given by sect Master Chang Yueying. Within the Yuehua school's territory, no other sect is allowed to rise, so, Chang Yueying, she's no longer the Yuehua school's sect master. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. You can go back. Ling Xiao coldly snorted. This subordinate obeys. The Whale Island master couldn't wait to escape from this place. Ling Xiao's aura was simply too terrifying. He didn't want to stay by Ling Xiao's side for even a moment longer. As soon as he left, Ling Xiao followed closely behind. This Whale Island master was clearly hiding something. He had to get to the bottom of it. Since the Whale Island master didn't want to talk about it, then following him was the best method. With Ling Xiao's cultivation and the mysterious cloud dragon divine travel, not to mention the Whale Island master, even if he were to follow a more powerful half-step, heavenly venerable, he might not be discovered. Even in the daytime, Ling Xiao's figure was faintly discernible, almost disappearing from the ground. Unless one's cultivation was extremely powerful, it would be impossible to detect even the slightest trace of his aura. And that was when he could move. If he stood there without moving, with the help of the Mountain River Martial Spirits model, he could completely make himself look like a tree. Even if it was a Heaven Realm expert or a Grotto Heaven Realm expert, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The Whale Island Master's speed was very fast. Although he had a large body, his movement technique was very outstanding. With a single glide, he could cover a distance of more than 10 meters. If it was an early-stage, transcendent realm 9th level cultivator, they might not be able to keep up. Only Ling Xiao could keep an eye on the Whale Island Master while concealing his aura. Approximately 15 minutes later, the two of them were already several dozen kilometers away from Tianfeng City. The Whale Island Master boarded a ship and headed in the direction of Whale Island. Ling Xiao did not use a boat. He directly cut off a piece of wood and threw it into the sea. Then he stepped on it and glided over. His speed was even faster than the boat. In any case, the sea was calm and there were no signs of strong winds or waves. He didn't have to worry about being overturned by a wave. Even though he'd lived in Tianfeng City for a very long time, to be honest, he'd never been to the sea even once. The furthest place he'd been to was merely Dragon Gate Harbor. The air on the sea was much fresher than on land, and the spiritual chi was even denser. However, it was filled with a sense of crisis, and no one dared to be careless. Soon, they arrived at Whale Island. Whale Island Master arrived at his Island Master's residence. Ling Xiao followed him in. "Big Whale, you're finally back. I heard that you met a core disciple of the Yuehua school in Tianfeng City." The one who welcomed the Whale Island Master was none other than Su Dao, whom Ling Xiao had met before. This fellow was Su Ying's father, as well as her master. Su Dao wasn't a disciple of the Yuehua school. Since this fellow was together with Whale Island Master, he most likely had some unspeakable secret. "Brother Su, let's not waste time talking. Hurry up and inform the Yin Yang Demon King that a core disciple of the Yuehua school might be heading towards the fog region." Whale Island Master said anxiously, "What's there to be afraid of? Even if he can enter, can he come out? You should know better than us what's in the fog region. That's the vanguard of our Storm Legion. The hateful laws of the mystic world prevent our Sea Race Alliance from entering the land en masse. However, our Lord Sea God still found a loophole. Our first step is to devour the entire heavenly dragon continent. The Storm Legion is the army of our Sea Race Alliance. Why would we be afraid of a mere core disciple of the Yuehua school?" Su Dao sneered. "Aren't you ninjas a branch of the human race?" Whale Island Master said with a smile, "Why would you be willing to help our Storm Legion?" "Nonsense. The ninjas have already intermarried with many other clans of the sea race. The noble bloodline of the sea race flows in our veins. What are humans? They're just inferior life forms. Su Dao snorted coldly. Regardless, let's inform the Yin Yang Demon King first. He's the general of the Storm Legion's vanguard, Whale Island Master said, solemnly. All right, I'll go inform him. However, I still don't understand. Why would the Yin Yang Demon King help us? Su Dao asked. Ha ha ha, you still don't know, right? The so-called True Devil Empire is actually the first invasion of the human world by the Sea Race Alliance. The True Devil Emperor is an expert of our sea race. His subordinates are all well-known experts of the deep sea. The Yin Yang Demon King is naturally no exception. Whale Island Master laughed heartily. What? Hearing this, Ling Xiao was incomparably shocked. In the traditional human world, when people mentioned the mystic world, they would mostly think of the 13 separate continents and would overlook the existence of the Storm Legion. From the looks of it, they were gravely mistaken. It turned out that there was such a powerful race in the deep sea. It was just that they were restricted by the mystic world's laws and couldn't enter the land on a large scale. Otherwise, the heavenly dragon continent would have been completely invaded by the sea race. The True Devil Emperor was merely one of the sea race's experts, yet he almost caused the once incomparably powerful sacred dynasty of the human race to decline completely. Then what about the other sea race experts? It was truly unimaginable. I didn't expect the Yin Yang Demon King to be from the sea race. The True Devil Empire was actually created by the sea race. This is simply too shocking. All right, I'll go inform the Yin Yang Demon King now. Su Dao leaped away. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate. He abandoned Whale Island Master and chased after Su Dao. After all, Whale Island Master was just a small character. Taking care of him could be done at any time. The Yin Yang Demon King behind the scenes was the real deal, one of the 9 great demon kings of the True Devil Empire. Ling Xiao had already eliminated the Plague Demon King and the Evil Beast Demon King. He didn't expect to encounter the Yin Yang Demon King now. It was truly fate. He had actually entered the mist. Ling Xiao stopped. At this moment, the surface of the sea was covered by a strange fog. The fog covered an extremely large area, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. He could only faintly feel the terrifying aura coming from within. Enter or leave? Ling Xiao was once again faced with a choice that concerned his safety. He could return to the sect and inform the Yuehua school of what happened here. However, he might miss out on some opportunities if he did so. After all, most of the time, opportunities and dangers came together. It was better to enter. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He still had a 9-tailed demon fox seal card with him. Even if he encountered a celestial realm elite, he would still be able to fight it out. Moreover, this thick fog was only the Storm Corps' outpost. Normally, outposts wouldn't be too strong. The laws of the mystic world stipulated that if the races in the deep sea were too strong or too many, they wouldn't be allowed to enter the land. When the True Devil Emperor first appeared, he wasn't as strong as the human race's sacred master. However, this guy's talent was too powerful, and his speed of improvement was too fast. That was why he was able to pose such a huge threat to the human race. Chapter 633. After a lot of analysis, Ling Xiao finally made up his mind. He estimated that the strongest guard of the Storm Legion was at most a Grotto Heaven realm. Facing a Grotto Heaven realm expert, although he had no power to fight back, he should be able to hide without being discovered. Wealth comes from danger. He has always had this view. If he didn't take risks time and time again, he wouldn't have today's achievements. Whoosh! Following the place where Su Dao entered, he also rushed in. In the fog, there was no way to determine the direction at all, not to mention tracking Su Dao's tracks. Ling Xiao walked for close to 2 hours in a muddle-headed state and actually arrived at a strange forest. There is someone. He didn't know if it was good luck or bad luck. When Ling Xiao could see the surroundings, he found that Su Dao was talking to someone. This person's appearance was quite strange. His face was a fish face, but his body was 70% human. He shouldn't be the Yin-Yang Demon King. Ling Xiao's Plague Demon King, Martial Spirit, and Demon King, Martial Spirit didn't respond, which was enough to prove that this person wasn't the Yin-Yang Demon King. Demon General, did the Demon King say when he will come back? Ling Xiao released his Zhenyuan ball. With his powerful soul power, he could clearly hear the conversation. The Demon King won't come back for the time being. He went to the Blue Eye Empire, where the true Demon Empire rose. It is said that there are 2 other Demon Kings waiting there. That place will be built into the Storm Legion's outpost fortress. This place has been gradually abandoned. The Demon General replied, "Abandoned? Don't worry, it won't be completely abandoned. There are 3 demon generals who are stronger than me here. You can continue to work for the sea race." The demon general explained. That's good, that's good." Su Dao breathed a sigh of relief, but he was still a little dissatisfied. Their shinobi clan's territory was small, but they didn't even put the Storm Legion in their eyes. Oh, at this time, the strange lantern-like thing on the demon general's head flickered with a strange light showing a faint blue color. It emitted waves of soul ripples that spread to the surroundings. Ling Xiao jumped in fright and hurriedly put away his true essence ball. The sea tribe was too strange. There was no information about them in the Yuehua school. What was that lantern-like thing? How could he release such powerful soul ripples? This feeling was similar to his true essence ball, but it was even more powerful. Could this be the innate ability of the sea race? That's possible. Otherwise, wouldn't he be too miraculous? Just as he was thinking, the soul ripple had already enveloped him. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if he had been placed in a huge black hole, and the surrounding space seemed to have cracked. Terrifying. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He urged his soul power to resist. In terms of soul power, Yang Kai had always been confident he wouldn't lose to anyone in the transcendent realm because the strength of his soul was comparable to a heaven realm master. Crack! Following the collision of soul powers, the other party's soul ripples seemed to be torn apart, bypassing Ling Xiao and moving in opposite directions. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, but there was still some fear in his heart. The strength of this sea race demon general didn't seem to be particularly strong. His cultivation was about the same as Tantai Lingzi's, belonging to a half-step, heavenly venerable. However, his soul power was comparable to a heaven realm master. It wasn't inferior to Ling Xiao at all. If it weren't for the fact that the other party's soul power was too scattered, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to find a breakthrough. He might have been destroyed by this powerful soul power. The human race is a very large race. In a narrow sense, only the sacred dynasty of the heavenly dragon continent consists of the human race, the Blue Eyes race, the ninja race, and the barbarian race. However, in a broad sense, I'm afraid that all of the 13 continents can be considered as the human race, including the soul race. Ling Xiao thought to himself, the sea race is the same. Although they are collectively known as the sea race, they are probably the same as the human race. They include thousands of different races, and there is no lack of races that specialize in soul attacks like the soul race. This demon general is one of them. Although his analysis wasn't accurate, it wasn't far off. Strictly speaking, besides the great desolate beasts, the human race and the sea race shared a common ancestor. It was just that one went to the land while the other went to the sea, thus giving rise to completely different civilizations. However, these matters involved ancient secrets. With Ling Zhao's current level, he wasn't qualified to know. He didn't know either. What's wrong, Lord Demon General? Su Dao asked, puzzled. It's probably just my imagination. The Demon General shook his head. All right, you can go back. Remember, go to the Demon Citadel and find the Citadel Master. Only he can send you out. As for that brat you mentioned, if he dares to come in, I guarantee that he won't be able to return. This subordinate obeys. Although Su Dao was puzzled, he still turned and left. I also need to go back. Just now, it was probably just my imagination. The Demon General had always been very confident in his soul-probing abilities. As long as his soul lamp lit up, there wouldn't be any living thing in the surroundings that could escape his soul ripple search. Unless that fellow's soul force was stronger than his. But he felt that this was impossible. In the entire Demon Citadel, there wasn't anyone with a soul force stronger than his, let alone those stupid humans outside. It seems that I haven't been discovered. Ling Xiao nodded to himself and heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't want to make a big fuss as soon as he came in, because if his whereabouts were to be exposed, then he wouldn't be able to find anything. At that time, the unlucky one would naturally be himself. Asterisk bang. Asterisk suddenly. In the thick black fog, a bright sword light flashed, and a figure fell from the sky. In that instant, the entire black forest trembled a few times. A heaven realm expert, it seemed to be a one-line sky realm martial artist, and if he didn't guess wrong, it should be someone from the Sword King sect. Only an expert from the Sword King sect would have such an abundant and terrifying sword light. When Ling Xiao saw that sword light, he instantly analyzed a lot of information. Although he still didn't know why a Heaven Realm expert from the Sword King sect would also break into the fog, since he was here, it was advantageous for him. At the very least, this martial artist could help him probe the situation of this demon citadel. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk the ground cracked open, and a sword light fell to the ground. Then, a white-haired figure appeared there. He stood there like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. Beside him, there was a youth of about 16 or 17 years old. His cultivation was actually 30% of a half-step Empyrean. At this level, if placed in the Yuehua school, he would definitely be ranked in the top 3 of the top 10 core disciples. The youth's blue hair stood up high, giving off a very strange feeling. But he was obviously missing one of his arms. Damn it, how could a Heaven Realm expert break in? Could it be that Su Dao that fellow led him here? The Sea Race Demon General cursed and dodged the attack of the sword light. Then he stared at the two people. Chapter 634. Master, this is the guy who killed my parents. You must avenge your disciple. The green-haired youth's eyes were filled with grief. Obviously, he wasn't lying. His parents must have been killed by the Sea Race's Demon General. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked his master to come here to seek revenge. However, these two are too reckless. You want to seek revenge without even knowing the situation? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're a Heaven Realm powerhouse? Moreover, you're just a one-line sky cultivator who just entered the Heaven Realm. Although the Sea Race's Demon General was nervous, he didn't choose to run away. The strange lantern above his head flickered again. This time, it didn't release soul ripples, but a dazzling white light that shot directly at the old man and the green-haired youth. Soul attack. The old man frowned as cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. It seemed that resisting this soul attack was a bit strenuous for him. If it was strenuous for him, then it was impossible for him to protect the youth beside him. The youth let out a mournful scream and fell to the ground. The old man was furious. Although he wasn't as good as the Demon General in terms of soul power, he was much stronger in terms of cultivation and strength. With a roar, A sword light flew out from the long sword in his hand. It turned into a huge sword light that enveloped an area of several hundred square meters, including the sea race's demon general. In an instant, all the trees within several hundred square meters were destroyed by the sword light. The sea race's demon general also vomited blood. Fortunately, he wasn't directly hit by the sword light. Otherwise, with his half-step heavenly venerable strength, he would have died. This was the terror of the heaven realm. The gap between the heaven realm and the transcendent realm was too big. It wasn't something that soul power could make up for. Who are you? How do you know the soul race's secret technique? The old man from the Sword King sect looked solemn and worried. You don't need to know, because you're going to die soon. Another powerful aura came from afar. Fort Master. When the sea race's demon general saw who it was, he was delighted. Cooperate with me and kill this old thing. The Fort Master of the Demon Fort was a 90% half-step heavenly venerable. He was definitely no match for the old man from the Sword King sect. However, if the demon general cooperated, it would be different. The old man was in trouble. You want to kill this old man. You? The old man from the Sword King sect was filled with disdain. Hee, you old thing, you don't even know that you're about to die. Deng Xiao, what are you waiting for? The Sea Clan demon general chuckled and suddenly shouted. The cyan-haired young man who had fainted on the ground suddenly stood up and stuck a strange, secret method scroll on the back of the old man from the Sword King sect at lightning speed. Yin and Yang reversal, memory change, control. At this moment, the demon castle protector shouted. The secret scroll behind the old man emitted a black and white light that enveloped his entire body. No, the old man was clearly anxious. He pushed his true essence to the limit in an attempt to break free from this situation. However, with the control of the scroll and the soul attack of the sea race demon general, he simply couldn't push his true essence to the limit. After a short while, a blood-red light flashed in the eyes of the old man from the Sword King sect. Congratulations, Castle Lord, for your victory. The sea race demon general laughed. This old man isn't easy to deal with. If it weren't for the secret scroll left by the Yin Yang Demon King, I wouldn't have been able to control him. Of course, the Deng Xiao you prepared in advance also played a key role. The Lord of the Demon Fortress laughed. The so-called Deng Xiao should be the cyan-haired youth. At this moment, Ling Xiao noticed that there was a strange ball of light in the youth's neck. It was this thing that controlled the youth's every move. Go back. When you reach the Sword King sect, don't act rashly for the time being. Wait for orders. The castle lord waved his hand, and the two people from the Sword King sect, one old and one young, turned into white light and disappeared. Ling Xiao could feel that it should be a kind of formation. The only person who could control this formation was the castle lord. No wonder the sea race demon general said that only the castle lord could send people out of here. Castle Lord, you're really wise. You deliberately led that old man in and set up such a trap for him. Now, we have another puppet in the 12 sects and a high-level puppet at that. This general has consumed too much energy and may go into seclusion for the next few days. That person called Ling Xiao. I'll leave him to you. Is that all right? The castle lord stood up and asked. Rest assured, Castle Lord, he's just a trivial early-stage transcendent realm cultivator. I can easily deal with him. There's no need for Castle Lord to worry. The sea race demon general said confidently. Then I'll leave him to you. The demonic castle lord nodded and leaped into the air, disappearing into the black forest. The sea race demon general sat cross-legged on the ground, planning to recover from his injuries. He had just been injured by the Sword King sect's old man's sword, and his injuries were not light. However, at that moment, a sword light suddenly pierced through the forest. The sea race demon general was shocked. He had clearly investigated his surroundings and didn't find anyone. So how could he have been attacked? Shocked, he forcibly activated his soul lamp, creating a powerful soul vibration that actually deflected Ling Xiao's sword light. Originally, the sword light should have pierced his throat, but now it only scratched the skin on his neck. However, blood still flowed out. "Bastard! You dare to sneak attack this general? Get out here!" The sea race demon general was furious. He had actually been sneak attacked in the demon castle. If this matter were to spread, he would lose a lot of face. A figure walked out of the forest. The sea race demon general looked at this guy vigilantly. From the information Su Dao had just described, this person was Ling Xiao. "Good boy, I didn't expect you to be able to sneak into the demon castle without being discovered. I really underestimated you." The sea race demon general coldly snorted, his soul lamp flashing again, and a white light shot towards Ling Xiao. Just as the white light hit Ling Xiao, the sea race demon general suddenly felt that something was wrong. That wasn't a human at all. It was Ling Xiao's sword soul avatar. "It's too late to understand now." A cold voice sounded from behind the sea race demon general, and a cold sword pierced his throat. "Congealing water." An icy aura instantly spread throughout the sea race demon general's body. This sea race demon general was only a half-step Empyrean with 10% of his strength. If it weren't for his soul lamp, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat the blue-haired youth from the Sword King sect. Not to mention Ling Xiao. The current Ling Xiao could absolutely crush a half-step Empyrean with 10% of his strength. Kacha! The ice shattered. A dignified sea race demon general had died in his own territory. Ling Xiao searched the corpse and obtained some spirit stones, a martial arts manual, and the sea race demon general's soul lamp. Chapter 635. The soul lamp was originally something that only the lanternfish tribe had. Only with the soul lamp could one cultivate the martial arts of the lanternfish tribe. The martial arts manuals that Ling Xiao had found were all from the lanternfish tribe. However, this was not a problem for him. The soul lamp could be transformed into a soul lamp martial spirit through the mountain river martial spirit. It could also be used to cultivate the martial arts of the lanternfish tribe. Ling Xiao flipped through the martial arts manual and could not help but smile. This time, he had picked up a treasure. Previously, he had obtained the talent martial arts of the soul tribe. This time, he had obtained the talent martial arts of the lanternfish tribe. This was not a high-grade martial arts. Only the lanternfish tribe could cultivate it. However, to Ling Xiao, it was definitely a treasure. His soul power was so strong, but he could only use it. This thing was too powerful, and the repercussions were too great. Every time he used it, he would feel extremely uncomfortable. The power was obviously not that strong at the beginning. It was a progressive martial arts that could control the souls of all things. Of course, this effect could only be achieved by cultivating to the complete realm. Moreover, the target that could be controlled depended on the strength of one's soul power. If one's soul power was too weak, it would not work. However, it was definitely a good thing. Ling Xiao smiled. He first sent the soul lamp into the mountain river martial spirit, and then transformed it into a martial spirit through the mountain river martial spirit. Then, he memorized it completely in his heart and threw the book into the mountain river martial spirit. This thing could also be placed in the library of the Divine Sword Sect in the future. Who knows, other disciples might be able to cultivate it. After destroying the corpse of the Sea Tribe demon general, Ling Xiao walked in the direction that the castle master had left. He had used his soul power to search the surroundings. There was indeed a huge array in operation. It was really difficult to break it. Moreover, the core of the array was in the demon castle. If he did not go there, he would not be able to break it. In the end, he still had to meet the castle master. It was easy to get lost in this damned place. However, Ling Xiao's soul power was strong enough. Coupled with the powerful map function of the mountain river martial spirit, it was not easy for him to get lost. After about 15 minutes, he arrived at the edge of the Black Forest. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of paddling could be heard. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and activated his mountain river martial spirit. His eyes shone with a dark golden light. In his line of sight, a massive ship was approaching. The people on the ship weren't sea folk, but humans. Go and take a look. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao used his movement skill to dash in the direction of the ship. On the surface of the sea, the ship was anchored at the edge of a piece of land. There were people moving the corpses of various monsters and ferocious beasts onto the ship. He looked like he was out hunting. Ling Xiao pondered, "We've caught so many demonic beasts and ominous beasts this time. Apart from the ones we have to hand over to the demon castle, we can finally have a full meal. This place is really a blessed place. We should come here more often in the future. I didn't expect to catch a level 5 ominous beast." The one who spoke was a burly man in his 40s. His beard was unkempt, and his body was thin and weak. At this moment, he seemed very happy because he had reaped a great harvest from the hunt. "Father, why do we have to pay taxes to the sea folk? We are clearly humans. Can't we contact the Yuehua school?" Sitting on the side of the ship was a girl in a pink dress. She was only 14 or 15 years old. She looked very delicate and pretty, like a pretty girl from a humble family. Naturally, she couldn't be compared to a beauty, but she had her own unique charm. Her figure was petite, and she looked very cute. "Sure, don't talk nonsense. We don't even know where the Yuehua school is. How can we find him? What's more, it's not like you haven't seen it before. Some ninth heaven transcendent realm masters came here and obediently submitted to the sea folk. What are we? If you resist, only death awaits you." The man hurriedly covered the girl's mouth and said in horror, "Humph, a bunch of cowards." The little girl muttered. Suddenly, her eyes revealed a look of panic. "Father, there's someone." Hearing that there were people on the ship, everyone was startled. It was impossible to see someone in such a remote place under normal circumstances. The man followed the little girl's gaze and saw a figure rushing over. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid that the other party would discover him. In any case, he had to go to the demon castle. Without someone to lead the way and a ship, it would be very difficult. "Friends, this one is a cultivator who broke in from the outside world and is looking for the demon castle. I wonder if you can give me a ride?" he asked straightforwardly. "Are you going to take revenge on the sea folk, or are you going to join them?" The little girl's words carried no harm, and she asked very directly, "I have no revenge. I just came to the demon castle to play," Ling Xiao said with a smile. The man pondered for a while. The demon castle had ordered that no matter who found a human outside, no matter what the reason, they had to bring them to the demon castle. Even if he really brought Ling Xiao to the demon castle, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, as a fellow human, he still decided to persuade this young man. "The demon castle is not a place to play. You will die if you go there," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "It doesn't matter. I often seek death, but no one has ever killed me. Arrogant. Since you want to die, I can't stop you. But if you want to take the ship, you have to pay 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. You have any?" The man asked. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and threw out 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The whole ship was almost full. These things were really insignificant to him. The man revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and moved the spirit stones into the cabin with the others. This ship was big enough to store 10,000 low-grade spirit stones without a problem. However, their cultivation wasn't bad. It was strange that no one had a storage ring. It seemed that the sea folk were really exploiting these people. Let's go. With so many spirit stones, we don't have to continue hunting. The man arranged the best room for Ling Xiao, and then ordered the people who were moving the corpses of the beasts to stop. No matter how big the ship was, it still had to bear weight. With so many low-grade spirit stones, it was impossible to take away all the prey. Set sail. The man went to command the people to put away the anchor. They were not interested in Ling Xiao, this reckless young man. They didn't even want to get close to him. On the contrary, the little girl was very bold. She approached Ling Xiao and asked, "Little brother, did you really come in from the outside? Yes, you don't believe me? But you are too young. Are you strong?" The little girl said innocently, "After going to the demon castle, even if you are a slave to the sea folk, there are different grades. If you are not strong, you will be bullied." "Well, it's okay." Ling Xiao nodded. "Bragging. You are definitely not as strong as my father. My father is a martial artist at the peak of the 9th-level martial vein realm," the little girl said proudly. Chapter 636. Through the conversation with the girl, Ling Xiao roughly knew some things about the demon castle. The girl was called Tu Jiaojiao, and her father was called Tu Yen. This name, to Ling Xiao, was like thunder in his ears. When he was still a small disciple of the Ling family, he often heard people say that there was a strong warrior in northern Han. His name was Tu Yen, and his strength was not inferior to Lin Zhe's. He was good friends with Lin Zhe, and had helped Lin Zhe deal with the ninja clan and the Blue Eyes clan many times. This name, like Lin Zhe, was a legend in his heart. He didn't expect that today he would meet Tu Yen, but Tu Yen was in such a state, being used as a slave by others. Ling Xiao didn't say much, but he already had plans to rescue Tu Yen from the demon castle. Of course, he would still act according to his ability, and wouldn't do something that he obviously couldn't do. The ship cut through the waves and soon arrived at the harbor of the demon castle. What surprised Ling Xiao was that the demon castle wasn't built on the surface of the sea, but under the sea. When the ship reached a certain area, it would enter a completely sealed giant metal ball. When the metal ball sank, it would reach the demon castle. Ling Xiao had never seen such a thing before. This time, it could be considered an eye-opener. As the ship stabilized, the metal ball slowly opened, and Ling Xiao saw a city built at the bottom of the sea. The huge city was wrapped in something like a soap bubble. Even ordinary humans could easily enter, and they wouldn't be crushed by the huge pressure, nor would they suffocate to death. Outside the metal ball, there were already many ships of various sizes docked. The people on the ships were basically humans, and they all looked expressionless. It was obvious that their lives weren't very good. This was very normal. It would be strange if they were happy to be slaves. The inside of the giant soap bubble was actually very bright, which made Ling Xiao feel quite strange, because this was hundreds of meters deep at the bottom of the sea. According to Tu Jiaojiao's explanation, there were very powerful array masters in the sea race. They created a huge, light-absorbing array, which could make the city at the bottom of the sea have the same day and night as outside. According to the Sea Clan, this was to adapt to life on land. Otherwise, if they were to invade the heavenly dragon continent in the future, it would be troublesome if they could not adapt. Little brother, this is Demon Fortress City. You've arrived at your destination, so we'll have to part ways. Tu Yen looked at Ling Xiao and said, "But let me remind you, Demon Fortress City is not a good place. Don't act rashly, otherwise you won't even know how you died." "Father, this little brother is quite a nice person. Why don't you tell him the rules of Demon Castle City so that he won't accidentally bump into someone's blade?" Tu Jiaojiao had a very good impression of Ling Xiao. Not only was this little brother generous, he was also humorous and had told her many interesting stories. That's fine, little brother. This Magic Castle city is the city of the oceanic race. So there's a big rule here. That is, you can't provoke the oceanic race. No matter what they do, you can't provoke them. Tu Yen looked at Ling Xiao and said, as long as you don't violate the biggest rule, everything else is fine. Next, I will briefly explain the rest of the rules to you. Many thanks, Senior. Although Ling Xiao was now much stronger than Tu Yen was still the valiant and invincible senior in his mind, so he should still show some respect. No need to thank me. Let me tell you, the most terrifying people in Demon Fortress City are the 3 Fort Masters. They are all oceanic race. Normally, they spend most of their time cultivating and basically don't care about the affairs of the city. The affairs of the city are handled by the humans who seek refuge here. Tu Yen continued, under the 3 Fort Masters of Demon Fortress City, there are 7 demon generals, 13 elders, and 72 deacons. Among the demon generals, only 1 is from the oceanic race, while the other 6 are all humans. The 13 elders and 72 deacons are all humans. It's quite complicated. When the Yin-Yang Demon King was here, it was even more complicated than this. Now that he has left, he has also taken a large number of masters with him, but this place is still very terrifying. The 7 demon generals are all 7th layer transcendent realm masters, and above, while the 3 fort masters are all half-step heavenly venerables. Tu Yen continued, so that's how it is. This is really a bit difficult. Ling Xiao rubbed his chin. Although he had confirmed that there were no Heaven Realm Masters here, facing 3 half-step heavenly venerables, if he didn't release the 9-tailed monster fox, it would be really difficult to deal with. But within the Transcendent Realm, he really didn't want to waste the 9-tailed monster fox card. You don't have to be afraid. Entering Demon Fortress City isn't that scary as long as you obediently follow the rules here. I suggest you go to the slave registration office to register. As long as you have the mark of a slave on your body, you won't be hunted down. Tu Yen reminded him. Register as a slave. Then I might as well die, actually leaving a shameful slave mark on his body. Ling Xiao didn't want to do that even if he was beaten to death. Even when he was a beggar, he had never thought of such a thing, let alone now. Is there no other way? Ling Xiao said with a frown. There is, although Demon Fortress City is controlled by the oceanic race. As long as you have enough resources to pay tribute to one of the deacons, it's very simple to get you a reasonable identity. Tu Yen nodded. How many resources do I need? In terms of resources, Ling Xiao had a lot of them, so this was the one thing he was least afraid of. Although there are no written rules, everyone knows that if a martial vein cultivator wants to avoid being engraved with a slave mark, they have to pay at least 30,000 low-rank spirit stones. Cultivators below the 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm have to pay 10,000 low-rank spirit stones, while cultivators above the 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm have to pay 5,000 low-rank spirit stones. Tu Yen explained, the stronger you are, the less you have to pay. After all, even in Demon Fortress City, the oceanic race still needs to be managed by humans. For this kind of thing, they have always turned a blind eye. As long as a powerful cultivator is willing to submit to them, it doesn't matter whether they have a slave mark or not. In any case, a slave mark alone can't control these people. All right, I understand. Ling Xiao nodded. He didn't want a slave mark, nor did he intend to make a big fuss. So this unspoken rule was his best choice. Good. After we arrive at Demon Fortress City, I will show you the way and introduce you to one of the deacons, but from here on out, you can only rely on yourself. Don't make any trouble. Even if a half-step heavenly venerable comes here, they will have to weigh the pros and cons. I know your strength is good, but don't be careless. Ling Xiao had temporarily used the appearance of a Transcendent Realm 5th layer cultivator, So Tu Yen naturally couldn't see through his true cultivation. A transcendent, realm fifth layer cultivation wasn't too low, but it also wasn't too high, just right for him to investigate. He hadn't forgotten what his task this time was. His first task was to investigate, not take action. Of course, if he had no other choice, he wouldn't be stingy with his methods. Chapter 637. What's that? Suddenly, Ling Xiao saw a strange ship. This ship was completely wrapped in a metal shell, almost airtight. Even water couldn't seep in. That's called a diving ship. Only elders and demon generals are qualified to ride it. Tu Yen explained. Diving ships usually search for secret treasures at the bottom of the sea. This sea has always been rumored to have a cultivation cave, left behind by a human king. Unfortunately, after searching for several years, there are still no results. Human King's Cave. When Ling Xiao heard these words, his heart couldn't help but tremble. No matter what martial arts he cultivated or what inheritance he inherited, the mountain river martial spirit had always been the core. Therefore, he wanted to raise the level of the mountain river martial spirit as soon as possible. In the human king's life, he had changed many cultivation grounds and left behind many cave dwellings. Any one of them could have something related to the mountain river martial spirit. He thought to himself that he had made the right choice this time. Yes, but the human king's cave is too difficult to find. Fortunately, there is a very special plant in the depths of the sea. It grows a fruit called the martial soul fruit. If it is sold outside, the worst one is worth 100 million low-grade spirit stones. The best one might not even be bought with 100 million top-grade spirit stones. Tu Yen continued. The sea race has been searching for it all these years, but they only found 3 martial soul fruits. What kind of effect does this martial soul fruit have? Why is it so valuable? Ling Xiao was truly frightened. He originally thought that he had enough wealth, but from the looks of it, all of his wealth couldn't even buy a martial soul fruit. It has 4 effects. First, it can increase one's lifespan by 1 to 10 years. This isn't too exaggerated. The effect is inferior to the longevity fruit. Of course, it's just a side effect. Second, it can add a new martial soul. Remember, it's adding a new martial soul. In other words, it won't affect the original martial soul. However, every warrior can only use one in their lifetime. Otherwise, their body will explode and they will die. This is the most terrifying use of the martial soul fruit. Third, it can strengthen and advance an existing martial soul. Fourth, it can strengthen the soul. It's these 4 effects that make its value terrifying. Tu Yen explained, I won't hide it from you, little brother. Back then, I came for the martial soul fruit. In the end, I didn't expect it to be a trap set up by the sea race. Now, Ling Xiao suddenly understood why so many human experts had been lured to Demon Castle City. These people had probably come here to search for the martial soul fruit and the human king's dwelling. In the end, they had come here rashly, falling into the sea race's trap. Tu Yen was definitely not the only one who was fooled. There were probably many others who were fooled like him. They chatted as they got off the boat and walked towards a building. That is the slave registration office. After you go in, just tell the guards that you don't want the slave mark. They will naturally understand what you mean. Tu Yen pointed at a huge building and said, Thanks a lot. Ling Xiao did not doubt Tu Yan's words, because if Tu Yen really wanted to harm him, he could just leave him alone. He would quickly be discovered for not knowing the rules, so there was no need to go through so much trouble. Moreover, Tu Yen was a straightforward and upright person. Although he was more cautious than before, his nature had not changed. In short, little brother, I can only help you up to here. Take care of yourself. Tu Yen patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder before leaving with his group. Ling Xiao followed Tu Yan's instructions and saw a deacon at the slave registration office. This person was obviously a ninja clan master. He wore a special headband on his head, and the true chi in his body was exactly the same as a ninja's. The other party was about 40 years old and had a cultivation at the second layer of the transcendent realm. With such strength, being able to serve as a deacon, it could be seen that there was still a big gap between Demon Castle City and the 12 great sects. Of course, this was because the Yin-Yang Demon King had taken away most of the masters. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would not have dared to take such a risk. "What's your cultivation?" The ninja deacon asked directly. "Fifth layer of the transcendent realm." To reach the fifth layer of the transcendent realm, one had to pay 10,000 low-grade spirit stones to avoid being engraved with the slave mark. This amount of spirit stones was nothing to Ling Xiao, and he believed that he could recoup his losses from Demon Castle City. Although the ninja deacon was skeptical, after staring at him for a long time, he still could not figure out what was going on. In the end, he slammed the table and said, "Pay 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, and you can avoid being engraved with the slave mark, but you have to wear a slave collar." The ninja deacon said, 30,000? Deacon, did you make a mistake? Didn't I only pay 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? Ling Xiao cupped his fists and asked, "Cut the crap. You're the one begging me now, not the other way around. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, not a single one less. Otherwise, you'll have to obediently engrave the mark of a slave. Even if you leave this place in the future, you'll still be an ugly person." The ninja deacon sneered. In fact, this person was not targeting Ling Xiao. In fact, the people who made the unspoken rules were the higher-level demon generals and elders. After the deacon received the spirit stones, he had to give the majority to the demon generals and elders, leaving only a small portion for himself. Therefore, it was normal for them to add some spirit stones to the unspoken rules, and for a long time, no one dared to refuse. It was just that the ninja deacon did not seem to realize that he had run into an iron plate today. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and decided to endure. After all, 30,000 low-grade spirit stones were nothing to him. After this matter was over, he would ask for it back. Thinking of this, he nodded and said, "All right, Sir Deacon, here are 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please count them." "Very good. You are very smart. Generally, smart people will be fine." The ninja deacon sneered after Ling Xiao admitted defeat. Ling Xiao directly placed the 30,000 low-grade spirit stones on the ground. Anyway, there was a lot of space here, so he was not afraid of not being able to fit them. The ninja deacon counted them and confirmed that there were 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Then he put the spirit stones away and said to Ling Xiao with a smile, "All right, put your storage ring and other things here. Slaves are not allowed to bring those things." Ling Xiao frowned slightly, but he still did as he was told. In any case, he didn't have anything valuable in his storage ring. The real good stuff was all in the Mountain River world. "Sir Deacon, please help me register." After handing over the things, Ling Xiao looked at the ninja deacon and said he did all these things because he wanted to get a legal identity in the Demon Fortress City. Although this identity was still a slave, it was better than being an unknown person. "Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it just a registration, since you handed over your storage ring? So readily, you should be a rich cultivator outside. How about this? I'll kindly accept your storage ring. What do you think?" The ninja deacon said with a smile, his eyes revealing incomparable cunning and greed. Chapter 638. Ling Zhao's heart was filled with murderous intent. Lottie's ninja deacon was insatiable. "I gave you face and didn't want to teach you a lesson. You really think you're something? You're so greedy. Not only do you want my spirit stones, but you also want my storage ring. Sir Deacon, are you kidding me? I only have one storage ring, and it's the worst kind. If I give it to you, I won't even have a place to put my things. Is that so? Then I'll be merciful. You don't need the storage ring. Give me another 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, and I'll register you. The ninja deacon sneered. Sir Deacon, isn't this a bit too much? Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who could stand being bullied. Now that he met such an aggressive and greedy guy, his heart was filled with murderous intent. With Yang Kai's current strength, killing a second-layer transcendent realm cultivator was as easy as crushing an ant. Even if the Demon Castle's castle master came, he could still fight him. Not to mention, he still had the nine-tailed fox sealing card. If he was annoyed, he wouldn't investigate anymore. He might as well just destroy the Demon Castle. Too much? How dare you say I'm too much? The ninja deacon sneered. Good, very good. In that case, all your things belong to me, and you must engrave the slave mark on them. Otherwise, you'll die. If Ling Xiao revealed his true strength, now, the ninja deacon wouldn't dare to offend him. This group of people had always bullied the weak and feared the strong. If they met a weak person, they would bully them to death. If they met a strong person, they would be afraid. Of course, if they met a strong person, it would be a different story. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't want to hold back anymore. Since this guy wanted to die, he didn't mind sending him on his way. I just wanted to settle the matter peacefully. Since you have received 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, you should have stopped, but you really don't know what's good for you. Now, not only will I not give you a single spirit stone, I will also take your spirit stones. Ling Xiao suddenly sneered, his voice filled with murderous intent. You are courting death. No one has ever dared to be so disrespectful to me. You're just a trivial, transcendent fifth-layer cultivator. Although I'm not your opponent, what can you do by yourself? The ninja deacon shouted, and suddenly more than 10 people rushed into the room. Among these people, there were second or third layer transcendent realm cultivators, as well as fifth or sixth layer transcendent realm cultivators. All of them were deacons of Demon Fortress City. So what if you have more people? You're clearly a human, but you colluded with the sea race to bully your own kind. You've committed a heinous crime and deserve to be killed. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, Go, kill this brat. As soon as one of them gave the order, with the exception of 3 fifth or 6th layer transcendent realm deacons, everyone else rushed towards Ling Xiao. Die. Ling Xiao didn't use any martial arts that would easily expose his identity. A huge shadow appeared behind him. It was the evil beast Demon King, martial spirit. The evil beast Demon King didn't have a specific form. He could transform into any ferocious beast other than the ancient giant beasts. What appeared behind Ling Xiao was a ferocious tiger baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Roar! Evil beast form, tiger hunt. The huge tiger transformed into its physical form and jumped out from behind Ling Xiao, using its huge claws and maw to attack. In just a short moment, 7 or 8 second layer transcendent realm deacons died on the spot. How is this possible? He's clearly just a 5th layer transcendent realm cultivator. How can he be so strong? The remaining 3 deacons were pale with fright. Hand over all your spirit stones, and I'll let the 3 of you go. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as his. Ling Xiao pointed at the ninja deacon, who had already turned into a pile of meat, and said coldly, killing a few deacons. Ling Xiao didn't care at all. He had already thought it through. Since there was no way to get along peacefully, he might as well go all out and destroy Demon Fortress City. He believed that there were many people in Demon Fortress City who didn't want to become slaves of the sea race. They were only afraid of the terrifying strength of the 3 sea race fort lords, so they didn't dare to make any moves. However, if Ling Xiao were to cause a ruckus in Demon Fortress City, He believed that these people would respond to his call. Courting death, let's attack together. The 3 fifth-layer Transcendent Realm Deacons were definitely not scared by Ling Zhao's words. They also didn't believe that Ling Zhao's cultivation was on par with theirs. So how strong could he be? The 3 of them joined forces and sent out a sword light, a saber light, and a spear light directly enveloping Ling Zhao. Humph, who's the one courting death here? You don't seem to understand. Ling Zhao coldly snorted, still not intending to act. The tiger suddenly split into 3 and pounced on the 3 ninja deacons. His sword soul doppelganger could also be used on his martial spirit, something Ling Zhao had already tested many times. However, this was the first time he had used it in battle. The 3 tigers easily shattered the 3 powerful attacks and then stepped on the 3 ninja deacons, making them unable to move at all. You can't kill us. We're directly loyal to Demon General Qin Shui. If you kill us, you'll never be able to walk out of here alive. The 3 ninja deacons were now afraid and brought out their mastermind behind the scenes. I don't care about some bullshit Demon General Qin Shui. Hand over your spirit stones or die. Ling Zhao had already killed a demon general outside, and it was the strongest of the 7 demon generals. So why would he care about the other 6? We'll hand them over. We'll hand them over. The 3 ninja deacons weren't fierce men, so when they saw that the other party wasn't even afraid of Demon General Qin Shui, they understood that they had kicked an iron plate. If they handed over their spirit stones, they could still get it back, but if they died, they would lose everything. Thinking so, the 3 ninja deacons handed over their storage rings to Ling Zhao. Although most cultivators in Demon Fortress City didn't have storage rings, deacons, and Above definitely had them. Ling Zhao's soul power directly scanned the 3 ninja deacons' storage rings, and he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. These 3 ninja deacons, plus the 8 ninja deacons who were already dead, were really rich. There were more than 500,000 low-grade spirit stones in their storage rings. There were also nearly 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones. It was a pity that there weren't any upper-grade spirit stones. However, it was normal. With their cultivation, they didn't have the qualifications to have upper-grade spirit stones. Low-grade spirit stones were no longer effective for Ling Zhao to increase his cultivation, but they were still useful for recovering his true essence. In addition, they could be used to set up simple magic arrays and arrays. Of course, the most important thing was to use them as currency to buy things. In the world of sex, spirit stones were the real currency, and gold and silver were basically useless. However, mid-grade spirit stones were what Ling Zhao needed most at the moment. There were 50,000 pieces here, and he could use them to cultivate. Bastard, let them go! Just as Ling Zhao threw all the ninja deacons' storage rings into his mountain and river martial soul, a loud shout rang out. Chapter 639. After a loud shout, 3 figures appeared outside the door. These 3 people were at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm, the peak of the Transcendent Realm, and the invincible Transcendent Realm. According to Demon Fortress City's hierarchy, they should be elders. They probably weren't at the level of a demon general, although the Sea Clan demon general was only at the Transcendent Realm's 7th layer. His soul strength was his real trump card. His soul strength was even stronger than a Heaven Realm Master, so he should be an exception. If Ling Zhao guessed correctly, the demon general should be at the Transcendent Realm 9th layer, except for the Sea Clan demon general. Who would have thought that this demon castle city would be so united? Ling Zhao had just started fighting here, and there were actually elder-level cultivators coming over. These elders weren't even as strong as the Yuehua School's outer sect elder. They were too weak. The 3 people, one from the Blue Eyes clan, one from the Ninja clan, and one from the Sacred Dynasty, were easy to recognize. All 3 of them were humans, but they had become lackeys of the Sea Clan. It was really a pity. one of the deacons who was being held down by Ling Zhao's demon king, martial spirit, shouted, "Elder Tang, Elder Li, Elder Su, help! This bastard killed 8 of our deacons. How dare he? We can't let him live." The elder of the Green Eyes tribe had a cold expression on his face. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Brat, release the 3 deacons at once. Otherwise, I'll tear you into pieces and leave you without a complete corpse." "Elder Tang, just do it. This guy is obviously here to cause trouble for the Fort Lords. He's overestimating himself. Kill him, and the 3 Fort Lords will definitely give us a merit." The ninja clan elder sneered. "Elder Su is right. This guy is obviously a human cultivator from the Sacred Dynasty. He's extremely sinister and cunning. We can't let him go." Elder Li, who was also from the human race's Sacred Dynasty, seemed to be more eager to kill Ling Xiao than the other 2 to gain the Sea clan's trust. Asterisk Kacha, asterisk at this time. The deacon who had shouted for help and asked the 3 elders to kill Ling Xiao was also trampled into meat paste by the tiger. Ling Xiao had no intention of showing mercy. That guy wanted to kill him when he saw someone coming, so why should he be polite? "Let them kill me, and I'll kill you first." Ling Xiao laughed coldly and kicked the corpse away. He then looked at the 3 elders and said, "Elders, I came to Castle Devil to surrender. But these people made things difficult for me, and even tried to kill me. I was just trying to save myself." "Bastard, you have no right to quibble. Killing a deacon of Demon Castle City is a crime punishable by death. Even if you have a good reason, you can't do it," Elder Su roared. Ling Xiao didn't expect them to be reasonable. If he killed the deacon, the elder would come. If he killed the elder, then Demon General Snow would appear. This was perfect. He didn't need to move to another location to attract the Demon Castle's Castle Lord. This saved him a lot of effort. What a good thing. Bang bang. Ling Xiao casually crippled the other 2 deacons, and then the Demon King martial spirit returned to his back. These 2 deacons didn't need to die, but the sudden appearance of the 3 elders made Ling Xiao very angry, so he vented his anger on them. "Boy, you dare to kill our deacon in front of us. Today you will die, without a doubt." Elder Su snorted and raised his hand. A sword suddenly appeared in his hand, but it was different from Ling Zhao's sword. It was a single-edged sword that ninja warriors preferred. It looked like a knife, but narrower and thinner. The sword flashed with purple light. It should be an electric sword and a treasure weapon. With the infusion of Zhen Yuan, the purple electric current became more and more fierce. Purple lightning constantly appeared around Elder Su, as if forming a protective net made of electric current. "Elder Su, do you need our help?" Elderly asked. "No need. Give me 3 breaths of time, and I will cut off his head." Elder Su of the Blue Eyes clan said confidently. His cultivation was the weakest of the 3, only at the early stage of the transcendent realm, but his self-confidence wasn't weak. He actually dared to clamor for Ling Zhao's life. Lightning bird-style sword art. Gallop! Elder Su's figure suddenly disappeared, and a purple electric light appeared in front of Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye, like a giant lightning bird swooping down on its prey. Bang! Ling Xiao didn't move, but the deacon gently stretched out his right hand and shot out a sort of qi, which condensed into the shape of a mouse, and bit down on Elder Su's sword. Ka-ka-ka! The long sword actually made a sound, as if it was about to break. Then a huge force penetrated Elder Su's body, and a fist-sized hole appeared where Elder Su's heart was, and black smoke was rising from it. "You want to play with me? You're still far from enough." Ling Xiao sneered and crossed his hands behind his back. He had no intention of pursuing because Elder Su's vitality had already been extinguished. "Elder Su, what happened to you?" Elder Tang of the Blue Eyes clan stared in horror at Elder Su, who was standing motionless, a look of disbelief on his face. Elder Su was a cultivator at the 7th layer of the transcendent realm, while the young man in front of him was only at the 5th layer. One had to know that in the transcendent realm, the 7th layer was the first great hurdle. The 7th layer was completely different from the 6th layer, but the reality was that a dignified 7th layer transcendent realm elder, Su, had actually been killed in a single move. Impossible! How could this little brat kill a 7th layer transcendent realm master with just a 5th layer transcendent realm cultivation? Even a genius can't do this. Not to mention, he didn't even use a weapon. Elder Tang couldn't believe the situation in front of him. His cultivation isn't just at the 5th layer transcendent realm. He must be hiding his true strength. You and I should join forces to deal with him. Although Elder Li couldn't see through Ling Zhao's cultivation, from the fact that Ling Zhao was able to kill Elder Su in a single move, he could roughly infer that Ling Zhao's cultivation wasn't low. All right, Elder Tang wasn't an idiot. He had already lost one of his men. If he still rashly attacked Ling Zhao alone, he would be courting death. However, he also believed that as long as he joined forces with Elder Li, they would definitely be able to kill Ling Zhao. The two men exchanged a glance before summoning their respective martial spirits. The phantom that appeared behind Elder Tang was an assassin wearing a cloak. Although his appearance couldn't be seen clearly, it was as if his entire body was wrapped in a cloak. The weapon in his hand was a pair of sharp fists, an assassin martial spirit. Strictly speaking, this was the Blue Eyes clan's assassin spirit. The phantom that appeared behind Elder Li was a shark. No wonder he had pledged allegiance to the sea race. With the help of the sea race, his martial spirit had probably become even more powerful. Clone slash! Elder Tang roared angrily, and the shadow of the assassin behind him suddenly shot towards Ling Zhao. This person's cultivation wasn't high, but his martial spirit had already reached the leaving aperture realm, allowing him to coordinate with the cultivator's moves to launch a substantial attack. The doppelganger slash was only an attack, which was completely different from Ling Zhao's martial soul doppelganger and sword soul doppelganger. After the attack, the clone slash would disappear. His attack didn't have a large-scale effect, but rather its speed and suddenness. This was an assassin's attack. Chapter 640. Raging Shark Wave. Comparatively speaking, Elder Li's attack was much more ostentatious. When he used his move, the shark phantom behind him slapped his body, forming an illusory wave. It was condensed from true essence, but it was almost no different from a real one. Then, the surrounding spiritual energy was torn into the huge wave, and the shadow of the shark also merged into it, pouncing towards Ling Zhao. Hua! A huge rumble sounded, like a shark slapping a stormy sea. The entire wall of the slave registration office collapsed, and that was only the power that spread out. Most of the power of this attack was directed at Ling Zhao. What a pity the two of you have a good understanding of martial souls. It's a pity that you recognized a thief as your father and tried to kill me. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. In the fierce wave, Ling Zhao's long hair and clothes fluttered. He still stood there without any intention of dodging. The deacon casually tapped twice. Tu chi. Swords broke through the air. Chi. Chi. The first time, the assassin phantom was directly torn apart by the chi swords and scattered in the air. The second time, the wave was directly scattered. The shark was also shattered and completely disappeared. Only black sparks filled the air, and it was filled with fear. What? The two of them were shocked. Their combined attack was no joke, but it was broken so easily by the other party. What was this? If the other party attacked them with all his strength and defeated them, they might be surprised, but they could still accept it. But in this situation, they attacked with all their strength, and the other party just casually tapped twice without leaving any trace. This was enough to make them go crazy. If you want to die, you can continue. Ling Xiao looked at the two of them indifferently. He was merciful this time because he suddenly thought of the human king's cave abode and the martial soul fruit. If it was possible, even if there was a slim chance, he still wanted to get these two things first, and then destroy the demon castle. That was why he held back and didn't use a killing move. Otherwise, if he had used any of the moves just now, it would have been enough to kill those two people directly. Yang Kai was an early Transcendent Realm 9th layer cultivator. Putting aside his ability to challenge cultivators above his own realm, his cultivation alone was more than enough to crush these two. If Yang Kai still wasn't confident he could achieve such a feat, then he really didn't need to be here anymore. Heavens, the slave registration office has been destroyed. What happened? Originally, the slave registration office was a closed structure. People outside definitely couldn't see the situation inside. But now, a part of the slave registration office building was directly destroyed by the battle and completely collapsed. The battle between Ling Xiao, Elder Tang, and Elder Li was completely exposed in front of everyone. Isn't that Elder Tang and Elder Li? Heavens, there's also Elder Su. Why does Elder Su seem to be dead? Hey, those on the ground are the deacons, right? Why are they all dead? Who is that young man? Did he kill all these people? It must be. Look, Elder Tang and Elder Li have joined forces. This shows that this young man is powerful. What do you guys think? Will this young man overturn Demon Citadel City? In any case, the Yin Yang Demon King isn't here right now. I don't think so. What does an elder count for? Above the elders are the 7 demon generals, not to mention the 3 Citadel Masters. Ha! I guess this young man's fate will be the same as those people before. It's not like this hasn't happened in our demon Citadel before. What a pity this young man should be a genius among human cultivators. Soon, the streets and alleys were filled with people. Among these people, there were some who had reached the 9th layer of the Transcendent Realm, and there were even some who were half-step heavenly venerables. However, none of these people had the courage to challenge Demon Citadel, and obediently became its slaves. Their evaluation of Ling Xiao could be summed up in a few words. His courage was commendable, but the result was tragic. These onlookers had discovered the battle inside, and naturally, the cultivators in the slave registration office had also discovered it. The slave registration office could be said to be the place with the strongest defense outside of the Citadel Master's mansion. All the guards were Transcendent Realm cultivators, and although they had only just entered the Transcendent Realm, there were still many of them. Perhaps because it had been too peaceful before, no one had ever dared to cause trouble in the slave registration office. Even the so-called masters who had caused trouble before had chosen to fight on the streets, so the guards of the slave registration office were basically idle. This was also why they hadn't immediately moved out this time. However, at this time, even a blind man would know what was going on. Therefore, tens of thousands of guards and warriors quickly surrounded the slave registration office so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Originally, Elder Tang and Elder Li had planned to admit defeat and plan for the future. However, seeing the guards of the slave registration office take action, they suddenly regained their confidence. One had to know that the captains of this group of cultivators were all deacon-level masters, and their status was equivalent to deacons. With the two of them joining forces, even a 9th layer Transcendent Realm cultivator might not be able to escape unless they were a half-step heavenly venerable, otherwise they would die without a doubt. Haha, little brat, you missed the best opportunity to defeat us. Now I'll give you 10 breaths of time to put down the weapon in your hand and surrender immediately, Otherwise, with all these people attacking together, you won't even have an intact corpse left." Elder Tang grinned meaningfully. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help laughing. It had been a long time since he had heard such a funny joke. Indeed, with so many transcendent realm cultivators joining forces, an ordinary ninth-layer transcendent realm cultivator might really die. But he was different. Facing these people, he didn't even have the slightest interest in running away. If they dared to attack him, he would simply kill them. He had proven more than once that human wave tactics were meaningless against him. Of course, the reason why he hadn't taken action immediately was because he still had a glimmer of hope that he could temporarily become a member of Demon Fortress City. After completing his task and goal, he would send these people to the afterlife. "Elder Tang, do you really think that you can capture me just because you have more people?" Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said, "I advise you to inform your superiors as soon as possible and tell them my purpose. I'm here to surrender, not to kill. Don't push me too far. Otherwise, I'll tear down Demon Fortress City. Do you believe me? Are you really here to surrender?" Elder Li and Elder Tang glanced at each other, both of their brow furrowed. With such a master, they didn't need to report at all to know that the 3 fort masters would definitely welcome him and would likely give him a very good position, such as an elder. At that time, this young man would be on equal footing with them. Even if he killed so many people, the Demon Fortress Master wouldn't blame him, because if he was killed, then he was a piece of trash. This was the Demon Fortress Master's true opinion. What's more, this young man clearly had the appearance of a human, but there was a strange Sea Clan aura around him that was difficult to distinguish. Chapter 641. The Sea Race's aura was probably due to the evil beast Demon King's martial spirit. Ling Xiao purposely released this aura. He could pretend to be the evil beast Demon King's subordinate. This way, he should be able to gain the favor of the Demon Castle's lord. Even if he couldn't gain favor, as long as he agreed to stay in the Demon Castle for a while, it would be enough. He wasn't really going to surrender. "What, the 2 elders don't believe in my sincerity? Or do you want to offend my master, the evil beast Demon King?" Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. "Evil beast Demon King. Is he talking about the evil beast Demon King on the same level as the Yin-Yang Demon King?" Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the surrounding people were shocked. Ling Xiao really gave them a big problem. After a moment of silence, Elder Li said unhappily, "Even if you're here to surrender, you've killed so many deacons and an elder. This is a capital offense. You have to come with us to the prison first. After we interrogate you, we'll make a decision." He planned to do something behind the scenes. In any case, the 3 castle lords were cultivating in seclusion. The entire demon castle was under the control of the demon general. Their backer was the demon general Residual Snow. As long as they put this kid in prison, they could do whatever they wanted. It wasn't like they hadn't twisted the truth before. "Looks like there's no way for us to have a proper discussion. Just based on the likes of you, how dare you order a future demon general around? What crime would it be for me to kill you? Even the castellan of the demonic citadel won't blame me." How could Ling Xiao not know these people's dirty thoughts? He naturally wouldn't go with them. Who knew if they would lead him into some kind of trap? Here, he could fight if he wanted to, and leave if he wanted to. No one could stop him. But if he entered some kind of formation, then he would be in trouble. Ling Xiao himself knew about formations and spirit formations, so he knew better than anyone about the power of formations and spirit formations. You want to become a demon general? That's the biggest joke in the world. It turned out that being someone's slave could also make people feel superior. Ling Xiao was really impressed by the person who spoke. This person hadn't arrived yet, but his words had. a purple-black light flew over from the distance. It looked like a black snowflake. Sir Demon General Residual Snow. Seeing this white light, the surrounding slaves all knelt down, whether they were here to watch or enemies of Ling Xiao. Some of them were even stronger than the Demon General Residual Snow, but they still knelt down. Only Ling Xiao stood there, looking at the black light indifferently. Ninth layer transcendent realm. This was the Demon General Residual Snow's cultivation. Demon General Residual Snow transcendent in the Demon Castle. However, compared to this fellow's cultivation, Ling Xiao was more interested in his martial soul. It was actually a black snowflake. A gigantic black snowflake. Soon, the Demon General Residual Snow appeared in front of the crowd with his hands behind his back. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and asked, "Did you kill all these people?" His voice was like many people Ling Xiao had seen before. It was arrogant, indifferent, and full of disdain, as if everyone else were ants, and he was the only one who was stronger. What a frog at the bottom of a well. Ling Xiao sneered and replied, "Yes, they deserve to die." What? This guy was too arrogant. He dared to be so arrogant in front of the Demon General Residual Snow. Among the crowd, there was a half-step heavenly venerable with 10% of his strength. He had fought with the Demon General Residual Snow before, but lost miserably. Sometimes cultivation couldn't fully represent a person's strength. Martial souls, weapons, true chi, martial arts, and so on had a great impact on a cultivator's strength. He knew how terrifying the Demon General Residual Snow was. That black snowflake made people tremble. Ha 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 ha. The Demon General Residual Snow was so angry that he laughed. He thought that his appearance would make this person kneel on the ground immediately. He didn't expect that the other party didn't give him any face at all and actually said that his people deserved to die. They deserve to die? Then you deserve to die even more. Hey, I didn't know who gave them the courage to offend me. Now I understand. They learned their stupidity from you. Ling Xiao smiled. Good. Very good. The Demon General Residual Snow didn't want to talk nonsense with Ling Xiao anymore. He suddenly moved and pounced on Ling Xiao. His hands had become as black as ink. If one looked carefully, they seemed to be wrapped in black frost. Because he was so fast, a strange hole was squeezed out of the air, creating a huge sonic boom. Too fast. It was really shockingly fast. From the moment he attacked to the moment he pounced on Ling Xiao, it was almost the blink of an eye. Apart from Ling Xiao, no one else saw how he attacked. Bang! The Demon General Residual Snow was fast. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was even faster. In terms of speed, no one in the Transcendent Realm was Ling Xiao's opponent. When his palm wind came, Ling Xiao's hand also stretched out, and then the two of them collided in midair. Boom! The slave registration office, which had already partially collapsed, now had a huge gap. With the two as the center, a terrifying energy wave spread out, directly collapsing all the walls within more than 10 meters. The guards of the slave registration office, who were closest to the slave registration office, all fled in panic, vomiting blood, and some even fainted. How could he keep up? The Demon General Residual Snow was shocked. He was confident that, among the 7 demon generals, he was definitely the fastest. Moreover, he launched a sudden attack. It stood to reason that apart from the 3 fort lords, no one else could block it. However, to his surprise, not only did Ling Xiao block it, but he also appeared to be calm, easily dispelling the terrifying chill from his hands. This person's martial soul has 2 effects. One is speed, and the other is the penetration of a terrifying chill. Moreover, he is quite good at using them. It's a pity that he is still stuck on the surface and has not truly comprehended the true essence of a martial soul. With just one exchange, Ling Xiao judged the general situation of the demon general residual Snow. This person's martial arts were based on his martial soul, but his martial soul couldn't perfectly integrate with his soul, so the power he could display was naturally not very good. Of course, compared to most cultivators, he was still much stronger. You can block this demon general's blow, so you have some skill. But can you block this one? Black Snowstorm. 1. The martial soul behind the demon general residual Snow shook, and a terrifying storm rushed towards him. This feeling was really similar to Ling Xiao's ice storm, but it was much weaker. If that's the case, let's see whose ice storm is stronger. Ling Xiao sneered, and an ice dragon sword appeared in his hand. Then he casually swung it, and the white ice storm met the black ice storm. Boom! With just one touch, the black ice storm collapsed, and then the ice storm blasted onto the demon general residual Snow's body. Pung! Puff! The demon general residual Snow's protective vital energy couldn't block the power of the ice storm. His face instantly turned pale, and a mouthful of blood sprayed on the white snow. He was directly sent into the sky by the ice storm, and then fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 642. Demon General Snow came over aggressively, but he was beaten by Ling Xiao until he spat out blood and fell to the ground. Novel. It could be said that he had lost all face. How is this possible? Demon General Snow was actually defeated? This is too outrageous. Am I seeing things? Elder Tang and Elder Li looked at each other, unable to believe the situation in front of them. Those who were still kneeling on the ground were even more dumbfounded. The expert that they feared to death was actually so vulnerable in front of this strange young man. Impossible. Impossible. How can your moves be stronger than mine? Demon General Snow was seriously injured this time. He fell to the ground and almost went crazy. He struggled to stand up, but after several attempts, he failed. He felt as if his meridians had been completely frozen by the ice-cold chill. Although he also cultivated ice, attributed true essence, and possessed a black blood, martial soul that had a powerful freezing ability, he was still able to control the true essence. However, in front of this young man, he was in such a sorry state. If you attack again, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang in Demon General Snow's ears. He was already beside Demon General Snow, and the ice dragon sword was on his throat. As long as he moved forward slightly, Demon General Snow's head would be cut off. Goo! Demon General Snow swallowed his saliva, and his eyes became clearer. He now understood that he was not worth mentioning in front of this young man. If he really continued to attack, he would really die. There was no chance of survival. Young hero, please spare my life. No matter how unwilling he was, under Ling Xiao's murderous gaze, Demon General Snow still had to say these words. I didn't plan to kill you. Take me to see the fort master. I just want the position of a demon general, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Of course. What are you all still doing there? Get lost. Demon General Snow did not dare to offend Ling Xiao, so he vented his anger on the guards at the slave registration office. Yes, those people were very clear that Demon General Snow was angry. At this time, they absolutely could not provoke him. Otherwise, they would die without even knowing how. Demon General Snow was defeated. However, if he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Young hero, please come with me. Demon General Snow's eyes flashed with a trace of haze. He seemed to be obedient to Ling Xiao, but he did not want to give up. He was no match for Ling Xiao alone, but what about the 7 demon generals? He did not believe that Ling Xiao could defeat the 7 demon generals alone. How could Ling Xiao not know what he was thinking? He only sneered and did not point it out. Since someone was asking for a beating, can't be taught a lesson. The place where the three castellans of the magic castle city lived was located in the sky above the magic castle city. It was like a floating island in the magic castle city. Ling Xiao followed Demon General Can Snow. Naturally, there were no obstructions along the way. After all, normally, it would not be so easy. They would have to kill their way through. The floating island was very luxurious. It was built in the style of Northern Han's imperial palace. It seemed that the sea race's ambition was not small. Entering the central hall, there were two sea race people sitting in the seats of honor. One of them had a head like a shark and sharp teeth. The other looked like an octopus and had 8 hands and feet. Although the two of them looked strange, their auras were very powerful. Sitting there, they were like two fierce beasts ready to hunt at any time. Second Castle Master, Third Castle Master, this is Ling Xiao. Demon General Can Snow was very respectful in front of the two castle masters. Obviously, the two castle masters already knew Ling Xiao's name and purpose for coming here. They were probably informed by the onlookers. This was also good. Ling Xiao did not have to waste his breath to introduce himself. The great castle master was not here. He must be recuperating. Although he had used a special secret scroll to control the Heaven Realm expert, the great castle master had consumed a lot of energy. Without 3 or 4 days of recovery, he would not be able to recover to his peak state. A black-robed old man was sitting in the seat of honor. He was different from ordinary old men. His body was as sturdy as a bear. His palms were like palm leaf fans, and his finger joints were like small eggs. They contained terrifying power. Are you the one who injured Demon General Can Snow? The second castle master asked coldly. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. It's good that you admit it. Apologize to Demon General Can Snow now, and I will not pursue what happened today. The second castle master said coldly. Hearing this, Demon General Can Snow could not help but sneer in his heart. Of course, he knew the characters of the two castle masters. That was why he dared to bring Ling Xiao here. Ling Xiao was the kind of person who would never lower his head and admit his mistakes. In this case, the castle masters, especially the tyrannical second castle master, would definitely take action. At that time, Ling Xiao, a puny person, would die easily. Ling Xiao looked at Demon General Can Snow with a faint smile. Suddenly he attacked. A sword light flashed, and Demon General Can Snow's head fell from his neck. There was still a complacent smile on his face. Hee, there is no Demon General Can Snow now. Do I still need to apologize? Ling Xiao looked at the second castle master with a smile and said indifferently. Seeing this scene, the second castle master was furious. He said viciously, You dare to kill Demon General Can Snow in front of us. That means you are ready to bear our wrath? Ling Xiao said indifferently, I have to reiterate that I am here to be a demon general. I am not here to apologize to anyone. Bastard! The second castle master sneered and slowly stood up from his seat. The Sea Tribe did not seem to have a martial soul. However, they had powerful innate abilities or the power of their bloodline. It was not inferior to a human's martial soul at all. The bloodline power of the Sharkmen usually came from the giant sky-swallowing shark from the prehistoric times. It was just that the bloodline power awakened by each Sharkman differed in strength. Moreover, this bloodline power had almost the same effect as a martial soul. However, the bloodline power relied on the inheritance of the bloodline, while the martial soul relied on the inheritance of the soul. That was the only difference. Behind the second castle master, a huge shark phantom appeared. It was 90% similar to him, and its grade had also reached the first point of the out-of-body stage. 1 breath, 1 minute, 1 moment, and so on. This was not only the time it took for the martial soul or bloodline power to leave the body, but it also represented the strength of this power. The longer the out-of-body stage, the stronger the power of the martial soul or bloodline power. Ling Zhao's Mountain River martial soul was currently at the one-breath out-of-body stage. However, after inheriting his ancient hell dragon martial soul, it had already reached the one-breath out-of-body stage. It was even stronger than the second Castle Master. It was also Ling Zhao's highest grade martial soul at the moment. As the shark phantom appeared, a wave of water vapor immediately spread out from the second Castle Master. True essence condensed in the water vapor, causing the originally harmless water vapor to become extremely powerful,